Welcome to our long podcast on international economic law. Dr. Yanis will take you through the key international institutions involved in economic governance. We'll talk about the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO, amongst others. Have a look around the channel for more topics similar to this and great resources for law students. We are starting right away. Sit back and relax while Dr. Yanis takes you on this journey.
Why would you want to study something like this? Economics these days has come to dominate the way that we think about everything. It is the importance of economics in the evolution of the law that is becoming very significant for us. There is this perception that markets, trade is beneficial to development, that markets and trade is pretty much the only way that people can think of that you can have prosperity. So for that reason, law has become very instrumental, and law has become something like a facilitator of economic processes. So when we talk about law in economics as a field in general, we're looking at the relationship between law and economics. But when we're talking about international economic law, we're talking most of the time about the way that the law facilitates economic processes and allows the various institutions that have to do with the creation of rules, right, and the operation of the market. It allows all this to work. Perhaps it's worth discussing a little bit this idea of markets and trade. Ever since the introduction of the GATT, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs in 1948, it seems that the facilitation of trade on an international level has become the reason for the existence of an international system of rules. This expansion of trade has become synonymous with liberalization. How is it that we get trade? We get more trade. The idea has been that we remove various barriers to the operation of trade. But why is it that everybody has become so convinced that more trade is a good thing? And we've got, some students are from China. China is a relatively recent entrant into this philosophy, but China now has completely embraced the idea that trade is the way to develop, right? Why is it that this thing has become so popular? To figure this out, we're going to look into a little bit, and you're going to find in the introductory chapters of your textbooks a little bit of theory about economics and the development of trade. You go back to people like Adam Smith, Ricardo, all of these prototype economists writing in the 18th century, right? What is it that all these guys have to say about this? If you have a look at Lowenfeld, the first chapter, he's got a nice quote from Adam Smith. And Adam Smith, when he was writing about trade and understanding transactions in the economy, he said, if you've got a family, right, and you're thinking about family finances, imagine how difficult it would be if the family unit had to produce everything that they need. Imagine how many members of the family you would need, what sort of division of labor you would need for a family to be able to produce the vegetable, the meat that they need, to produce all the materials to use them with, and so on. And this doesn't sound like a particularly clever state of affairs, right? An individual unit cannot be self-sufficient like this. So take this out of the family and put it in the community. It is very difficult that even within the community itself can be self-sufficient. The reason why things work from the family unit or from a village or from a small community is because people tend to specialize in something that they're either inherently better at or they've got the resources to do. Some people, I know this sounds very basic, but this is the sort of thing that you will find in economics textbooks, right? Some people are better at baking bread, so they become bakers. Some people are better at growing things in the land, so they become farmers. Other people are good with animals. So everybody in this little village economy tends to specialize in something. Now, bring this up to the level of the nation state, right? It is in the same way that a family cannot be self-sufficient and a community is unlikely to be self-sufficient. Even a nation state is unlikely to be self-sufficient. Not everybody has the same access to natural resources. Not everybody is located in the same place. So different nations actions are better at different things. So this, apparently the obvious idea to us, was an innovative idea at the time, at the end of the 18th century. And that resulted in David Ricardo to write in 1817 a book called The Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. In that book, Ricardo created this theory of comparative advantage. It's the idea that in a global economy, different nations are better at different things. And since different nations are better at different things, the way to prosperity is that you emphasize the things that you're good at, and then you take advantage of this by trading with other nations. The whole idea behind the GATT, behind international trade, behind the promotion of international trade, rests on this concept of comparative advantage. If we have an international system where nations can trade with each other, cities can trade with each other, communities can trade with each other, everybody can specialize in the thing that they're good at, and this increases overall prosperity. So with this in mind, the role of law, if you need to move in from economic theory to its impacts on the law, the role of law is to facilitate all these global transactions. So you want a system that is liberalized or free, if you want to call it that, where people and nations are able to trade with each other in order to take advantage of these things and in order to earn money that then they can spend and become more prosperous. If you want to see this in a more technical language, free trade, therefore, is meant to promote an efficient or beneficial global division of labor. And if a country becomes uncompetitive, then it needs to search either something else to do or to change the way it's doing things so it becomes more competitive. All of this, that sounds slightly theoretical and slightly bookish, is what you hear from policymakers every single day. The problem that we've got in Europe, everybody is talking about the issue of competitiveness, how Europe becomes more competitive, how particular countries within Europe become more competitive. Every single policymaker in every state, from all the places that you come from, is probably going on about this. And people are either trying to participate in the sense that they say, we are good at this thing and we're going to do more of it and become richer, like the Chinese. For instance, the Chinese are very good at producing stuff that we want to buy, so they're investing into that. Other people are, perhaps the Americans, complaining about it, saying that, why are they doing this better than we are, and why are we buying their stuff instead of them buying our stuff? The role of law, again, within all this is, one, to facilitate this trade, and second, to provide a legal framework that enhances this effort to become more competitive and more efficient in production and more successful in production so that people around the world buy your stuff. These very straightforward ideas are the basis of the whole construct. This is the foundation of the whole system of international law as regards issues of trade and development. Now, international economic law, again. International economic law has very much to do with this. Like, what sort of rules, what sort of framework do we have that facilitates this global system of trade and exchange? If you're trying to narrow this down so you find something to study, because this is what students like to do. Students like to find and say, this is like, where's all this stuff? Is this in a particular book? Is it in a particular chapter? Give it to me, I'll read it, right? This is why all my students keep complaining about this. You talk too much, just give us a book to read. So if you're trying to find a book to read, you need to narrow this down a little bit. What are the sources of international economic law? Where are you going to find all that stuff? Three elements to it, right? It's international, it is economic, but we're still talking about the law. The international is obvious, right? It is international as opposed to domestic. There are two definitions of international economic law that are relevant in this, from this perspective. There is a narrow definition of international economic law as a branch of public international law. Public international law has to do with the relationships between states and the institutions that have to deal with states. We're talking about international institutions, we're talking about international relations, treaties, this sort of grand, if you want to call it, constitutional framework that exists on a global level that determines the relationships between states. So if you want a narrow definition of what is international economic law, it is a subspecies of public international law. So it's the part that deals with institutions that are involved in economics. So it doesn't deal with the conflict part of the relationships between states. It deals with the economic and collaborative part of the relationships between states. If you want a wider definition of international economic law, which, for me is more appropriate, it's not necessarily what we're covering in these 5 classes, but it is more appropriate on a conceptual level, is to think of everything. A law touches upon economics on the international sphere. So it is legitimate to include the rules and the systems of rules that govern economic relationships on a global level, even if you cannot link it to a treaty or an international institution. I would prefer that we take a wider view of what we're dealing with here. So you're entitled to look at things that touch upon this law and economics on the global level when you're thinking about international economic law. So this is the international bit, right? The economic and the law bit emphasizes different understandings of justice. And as you go through your reading, you're going to find some more theoretical work about this that is perhaps a little more challenging to understand. When we talk about law, we normally have in mind a view of justice that equates justice with fairness. So what is it? It is not, perhaps we think it is obvious, but it's not obvious. What is it that we mean when we say justice? Normally, an element of fairness is a very significant component of the notion of justice. There is one stream of the literature on this field, things written by people like Thomas Frank, for instance, you're going to find the references in your books, that interprets public international law as making this link between justice and fairness. So if you look at international economic law from this more legalistic perspective, you can see the rules of international economic law as a system that governs the allocation of resources in a way, and it governs this allocation of resources with the aim to achieve a fair outcome. So if you take this view, right, of international economic law, you will probably be thinking about commodity agreements, rules about expropriation, rules about payment of damages for expropriation, access to resources, disparities in the levels of wealth between states. You could even think about the relationship between trade and taxation, because trade is a mechanism for private advantage. Taxation is a mechanism for redistributing this advantage to wider society. In a way, this provides a link between the notion of justice as understood by John Rawls, not and all these people. John Rawls is one of the classic legal philosophers that we look at least here, and distinction in justice between substantive justice and procedural justice. Substantive justice means that the outcome is just. So you've got a process of law that results into something. You've got a process that allows trade and allows the distribution of the benefits of trade. If you're looking at substantively just outcomes, in the end, you've got a bunch of people who are all happier and they've got more resources available. If you're looking, on the other hand, if you have a procedural understanding of justice, what you're interested in is the process rather than the outcome. So you're interested that the rules are consistent, that they apply to everybody equally, that they're obvious, that their operation appears to be fair, but you're not concerned about the outcome. You're not concerned that one country, for instance, has become incredibly rich and another country has become incredibly poor. This is not your concern. Your concern is that the rules, the system was appropriate. Right? So within these two conceptions of justice, if we take a more law-based impression, we are likely to be more concerned with substantive justice, with a just outcome. If we take a more procedural understanding of justice, then we're likely to take a more economistic view. Because you remember, we said international economic law. So that's the law bit has to do more with distribution and the outcomes of distribution and the rules that govern this. The economic part has to do with the drier notion, at least in my view, of economic efficiency. And you will notice how economics now and economic philosophy is becoming so prevalent that we tend to adopt the language of economics. So we talk about things as efficient, right? We go shopping, and I have my list of things of what to get. I've got a list of things, and we tell each other when we're in the supermarket that this is the most efficient way to organize things. Yeah, I'm not writing on a blog for The Economist. We are in ASDA. However, we talk like economists. So it is this sort of, the logic of economics now has come to define pretty much everything that we do. If you look at John Rawls again, he says that an efficient outcome could be one where everybody is better off, but better off might not mean what you think it means. Better off doesn't suggest, for instance, an equal distribution of resources. An efficient outcome, as understood by economists and some legal philosophers, is one where nobody loses out. And the way that the rules are set are to promote exactly this, the transactions, contracts, ought to take place where everybody wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins in a way that the outcome might not necessarily be fair, might not be equal, but everybody gets something out of the transaction. I employ you to mow the lawn in the garden. I get the garden looking nice, you get money. Everybody wins. This is the sort of understanding of justice that we've got. It could be that I was paying you 5p an hour. So then after working all day, you can pretty much buy yourself a pint of milk. However, you still buy yourself a pint of milk. Good for me, good for you. It's not a fair outcome. Distribution of resources in the end is not particularly fair, if you want to call it that, or, it doesn't seem so. However, everybody wants in the transaction. Take this on the international level. Starving country in Africa, rich country in the West. Instead of growing food for themselves to eat, they grow flowers so we can buy them at Tesco's. We give them money for the flowers. Some people make some money out of this. There are some jobs created. Everybody wins. If the outcome necessarily fair outcome, well, probably not, because you go to a country where there's one rich corporation that deals with the growing of the flowers. Everybody's pretty much starving to death. And, you can buy now flowers for a $5 at Tesco. Is this like an acceptable outcome? Maybe they should be growing wheat to make bread instead, and I don't know. But an economic efficient outcome is one where, beginning from a voluntary action, everybody gets something. Now, the how much something, different question. Why would you say that one obeys these rules or notions of, in their various levels of enforceability? There are some that are very hard rules of law that you don't have a choice, right? And there are some that are more informal understandings or softer forms of law, voluntary transactions, right? Why does anybody obey these things anyway? Well, all of that stuff is integrated in what is a global system of international economic law. It's a global system of rules, if you want to see it from a public international law perspective. It could be that it is complied with, A, because it is perceived as the law, or because it is perceived as a good thing to do, like that it leads to an efficient outcome, or alternatively, it could just be a matter of coercion. It could be that states participate in this global system of rules because they don't have a choice. You need the aid money, right? You need support. And in order to get this support, you need to say, I'll follow all that stuff. It could be that you need investment because you need to flow in the economy so things start improving. They tell you that unless you participate in this global system of rules, you're a member of the WTO and so on and so forth, corporations will not come to your jurisdiction, so you obey for that reason, because you think even if you don't particularly like the rules, even if you don't particularly like the coercion, you think there's a beneficial outcome for you in the end. So there are multiple reasons, ranging from the legalistic to the economistic, why states comply with what is perceived to be a global. What we will study, therefore, is a blend of public international law, economic theory, and we will learn specifically about organizations and institutions.
This is a short introduction to the IMF, what it is, why it's there, how it operates, what it is trying to do, what it is actually doing, and what people think about it. So we will talk about the idea of balance of payments problems, which is what the IMF was supposed to be about in trying to fix. We discuss a little bit what the IMF does in relation to countries that are getting in trouble and how this links to either, you could say, improved development outcomes, or it contributes in attempts for development. And of course, we need to talk about the role of the IMF in providing loans and the conditionality that comes attached to those loans, and what this conditionality means for the countries on the receiving end, and the sort of problems, the experiences that countries had, and how it all has led to the IMF seeing in not necessarily the most positive of lights internationally. What is a balance of payments crisis? What do we mean by balance of payments? Do you know anything about corporate balance sheets? I mean, you may have seen this in the past if you did company law or something, that the idea that you can reflect the wealth and the commercial activity of a nation in similar ways that you could reflect the wealth and commercial operations of a corporation. Right? If you're thinking about a corporate balance sheet, this is not exactly the same thing, but it's perhaps the thing that you have closest experience with. If you have a corporate balance sheet, you've got on the one side assets, on the other side liabilities. Or you've got this idea that every time that something is produced, it creates some value, but of course there were costs in producing it, and it's the cost of materials in producing something, there's the cost of financing it, and you've got all these entries in these documents that shows how much you spent in order to obtain something, then what you obtained and what is its value, and so on. Now, there are similar ways of calculating the wealth or the dynamism of an economy within the state. Now, the balance of payments could be described as a statement that shows all of the transactions with the rest of the world within a certain given period, right? In a similar way that a corporate balance sheet is a snapshot of the company's activities in a particular point in time, a balance of payments statement for a nation will give you, I'd say, what is the situation today, or what is the situation tomorrow. All these are very dynamic, so the time. So you would have expressed in this statement all of the transactions. It includes all the purchases and sales of goods, services, any gifts received, all the government transactions, all the capital movements. So it is a description, if you want, of economic activity. And you've got different bits in these statements. Some of them are the current accounts, some of them are the capital accounts. Current account shows movements in goods and services. Capital account shows flows in the ownership of foreign and domestic assets, money, currencies, all of that stuff. Now, okay, this is all fine. This is all how accountants kind of try and reflect in numbers the economic activity in a state, but why would you have a problem? You could enter into a balance of payments problem if you've got a sudden drop in demand for a country's currency. So if you have a rapid drop in the currency, puts pressure on the value of the currency, the depreciation of the currency destabilizes market transactions. The reason is that suddenly you need to pay a lot more in order to obtain goods and services from abroad. Now, this is not a new, but is a more acute problem in an international environment where you've got fluctuating exchange rate. If exchange rates were fixed, so you knew that you could always exchange an X amount of dollars for an X amount of euros, right? You would not have these rapid fluctuations that then creating things from one day to the next. Or if you had the currency linked to something else that limits the amount of movements that you can have, so it was linked to gold, for instance, this would reduce the amount of fluctuations. This is not the case today. You had in the past either currencies that had fixed exchange rates to each other, or they were pegged to gold or other instruments that limited the amount of movement, that made these sorts of imbalances less acute. But since the liberalization of exchange rates from the 1970s onwards, now you're in a situation today, currencies go up and down and there is no limit to the movement. And you have seen that shocks, either political or economic, or perhaps something in the form of a natural disaster, right, or civil unrest, can suddenly affect people's impression of the health of an economy and affect people's belief that the currency is a useful asset to hold. Another thing wrapped within this is the idea that currencies themselves are perceived as an asset. Currency, and this gets into a long discussion about what is money and what do we understand by money and what do we understand by currency, but currencies themselves become akin to traded commodities. People hold currency in order to exchange it for something else, and it is within those exchanges that they make money. So it's not, people do not only hold currencies because they happen to trade with that jurisdiction. You might hold dollars not only because you're trading with the Americans, but you might hold dollars either because you've invested your money in it, so you put your money in it because you think it's a strong currency with a view to sell it and exchange it for something else later, or you can just put it to park your money in something that's not going to fluctuate very much for a certain period of time. There's a lot of capital movements within those currencies that is actually not related to trade. But a shock of some description that causes rapid fluctuation in exchange rates can have then these severe imbalancing outcomes for an economy. You've experienced this yourselves when the currency in which you have the bulk of your wealth has depreciated. Turkey is a bad example recently because the Turkish lira has been dropping like a stone. But it gets worse than a 15-20% drop. I mean, you've got currencies that have dropped very significantly. What happens to you personally is that if you're changing from a foreign currency into sterling in order to pay your fees have suddenly become much more expensive. Your rent has become much more expensive. What you spend here to eat has become more expensive. So imagine this on a nationwide level. The businesses that have got to import stuff. Imagine all the supermarkets that are having to import stuff. Imagine all the raw material. Imagine the cost of borrowing, because a lot of the borrowing is denominated in foreign currencies. You know how a lot of people had foreign denominated mortgages? It destroyed a lot of people. A lot of Eastern European banks were offering to people mortgage products for them to buy houses and stuff that were indexed on the euro. So when the local currencies depreciated, then suddenly these things became way more expensive. A crisis that drops the currency then creates a very significant problem for a nation. What it does is that if you try to spend money, if the government tries to spend money to protect the value of its currency, it's wasting exchange reserves. Because what they do, for instance, is that they buy, so the Bank of England has got a lot of dollars at its disposal, right? So if the currency comes under pressure, they buy a lot of their own currency. So they exchange their dollar deposits for sterling, and because there is demand for the sterling, then this causes its price to go up or at least to stabilize. But if the shock is too great and the pressure is too big, eventually you run out of money. I mean, Turkey has spent most of its foreign exchange reserves trying to support the value of the lira. This is bad, you know. If you spend all the reserves, then not only you have failed to actually support your currency, but now you don't have any foreign currency with which to buy stuff. So it gets into this kind of downward spiral that no matter what you do, it just makes things worse. It can get to the point that it can lead to very sharp drop in consumer demand and very sharp drop in investment. So this is all bad. If you're in a country that's got a lot of imports and has a trade deficit, this can be very bad. Because if most of your stuff are imported, suddenly people cannot afford to buy them because the price has climbed so badly. There are some stuff that, as I said, that you can do in order to support domestic demand, and there are certain things that you can do to support the value of the currency, but the reality of it is that eventually you run out of money. It was thought at some point that you needed external assistance. You would need some sort of an international institution that comes in and helps when you're suffering these problems. So these are technical problems. In order to avoid this type of crisis, you need an institutionalized response. You can always borrow money bilaterally, but borrowing bilaterally means that you need a nation willing to lend you money at appropriate rates, so then you can spend that money in propping up your currency or dealing with the crisis that you're facing. This will be done because a country that is experiencing some sort of a shock will never find anybody to lend them money cheaply enough to be able to climb out of it. If anything, they're going to be borrowing on the markets at very high rates, which makes things even worse. So you need an institution. What do you know about the Bretton Woods agreements and the way that the international economic relations were organized post-Second World War? There were discussions from the 1930s moving into the 1940s in order how to organize economic relations on an international level and to have cooperation between nations on a set platform to prevent things like the Great Depression happening again. So it was the experience of the Great Depression and how it spread around the world and the consequences it had that caused a lot of discussion about having set international institutions to ameliorate the effects of crisis and to help each other along so we trouble. And of course, a great deal of this discussion came from Keynes, who's a famous British economist in the 1930s, as to how to organize these things and how they should operate. Of course, you need to remember that the economic environment at the time in the 30s and 40s and emerging from the war was very different from what we have today. The qualitative and quantitative characteristics of economies were very, very different. However, the idea was that you create a series of international institutions that deal with different aspects of international economic relations to allow states to quickly get together and organize assistance or organize responses to crises when they occur, so things do not degenerate into the mess that they did before the war. So this all was signed at Bretton Woods, and this is why these are known as the Bretton Woods institutions, primary amongst which are the IMF and the World Bank. Now, they had slightly different roles at the beginning, and we can see that history, you can see that when you read from your textbooks, but the idea is aimed at promoting international development and reconstruction after the war, but the IMF was focused on dealing with economic shocks. But it was different back then, because back then exchange rates were not freely floating. In the 1930s, they were pegged to the gold. After the 1930s, they were pegged to the dollar. In the 1930s, they were pegged to the dollar. So the dollar was linked to the gold in a way, and the other currencies were linked to the dollar, and they had bands within which they could move. So you could have some degree of flexibility in the value of the currencies to reflect the dynamism or performance of various economies, but things could not completely get out of hand. These are again concepts that you hear often in the news, right? And it gets discussed left and right. And if you have the misfortune to visit any of the discussion forums on anything, from the Guardian to Newsweek to people are always gonna, we should change this, the modern financial system is horrible, we should go back to the gold standard. And of course, nobody has the slightest idea what they're talking. The gold standard means that you have agreed that this currency is equivalent to an X amount of gold. Why? because gold is perceived to be a valuable thing. Why is gold perceived to be a valuable thing? Because it looks pretty, doesn't rust, so you can keep it for a long time. And since antiquity, because it looked pretty and didn't rust, people have been using it as a valuable thing, making coins out of it. So it's just it's pure chemistry in the end. You just needed something that's not gonna rust if you bury it, in the garden for 150 years. There is no inherent value in the gold. There isn't much you can do with gold. It's got more applications now than it did in antiquity because they used it in electronics, but other than that, as a metal, it's not great. Spaceships out of gold, or bombs, or whatever. But there's this perception that it is a valuable thing, and it was important. If you say that $1 means X amount of gold, and you've got then some tons of gold in your vaults, and the amount of money that you've got in circulation reflects that gold that you've got in there, then there are no questions as to the value of your currency. Pegging the currency to some asset means that then the currency will not depreciate, and you can make more currency if you dig up more gold, and you've got this direct link. But that is precisely the attraction, that the fact that it is limited is what it guarantees the value. So if the currency is linked to something that's finite, then you don't have to worry about the value of the currency because you cannot have too much of it. So if your dollar is this amount of gold, then these euros are this amount of dollars, and these yens are this amount of dollars, and so on. So there is a predictable structure to the whole system. This seems and it could work if there were like 1 billion people on the planet, most of whom were living in villages chasing each other with sticks. It would be a great idea. So I know a post-nuclear apocalypse, for instance, where most of us have gone, we could go back to the gold standard, then it wouldn't create any problem in the economy. The problem is that it is an artificial limitation on liquidity that is completely unsuitable for a modern economy. Because the whole point about the modern economy is the generation of wealth through the expansion of capital. Those who are about going back to the gold standard, they fundamentally fail to understand how a modern capitalist economy operates. And a constraint on liquidity that would be imposed by fixed exchange rates or currency values pegged to some commodity like the dollar would completely destroy modern finance as it exists at the moment. So it is not a great idea. It would fundamentally undermine the entire operation of the global financial system, and it would completely undermine the ways that we have of funding things at the moment, and not in the slightest. The institutions have moved on to reflect this reality. So since the Americans abandoned the fixed exchange rates and the Bretton Woods system came apart in the 70s due to the oil crisis, and the reason why it came apart is because they needed to enhance money in circulation artificially without it linking to something else, because they needed to inflate their way out of certain problems, right? Which again is a natural response. The IMF then became an institution that could help with this new phenomenon of acute balance of payments crisis. Because if you've got freely floating exchange rates, then you've got the danger that you've got freely floating balance of payments crisis, which can severely mess up an economy. How does the IMF as an institution help with this? It's got money available that it can quickly give to somebody when they're facing some sort of temporary problem. So the IMF is not there to subsidize development, right? The IMF will not give you money so you can, or it's not going to give you money to build, bridges and stuff or nuclear reactors. The IMF will only give you money because you're facing temporary problems with your numbers. So it's a matter of technical my balance sheet doesn't look good, and I've got people that I need to pay out next month, and I've actually run out of cash. That's the kind of thing that the IMF helps you with. Okay, so the kind of infrastructure development building stuff is the World Bank that we're going to see next week. Where does the IMF get its money? Every institution participating in the IMF gives it some money. Every country deposits some money with the IMF. This is a part of the fund that you can easily draw upon. So you don't need to go through like a big process. You can say, guys, I give you every year some money. That money that you've got there that's got my name on it, can I just get a little bit of that because I'm kind of, I've got a problem for the next couple of days. That's fine, right? You can do this. So Greece have used this on a couple of occasions when they were running out of cash. It gets a little funkier when you want not to withdraw your contribution to the IMF, when you want to get other people's contribution to the IMF. So you're facing a bigger problem and you need somebody to subsidize you in order to help you. So what the IMF does, then it gives you a loan. So you need to repay this with interest. It's not free money. It's not like, oh, poor you, your president has gone a bit funky and is executing half the country and you've gotten into a balance of payments crisis. We're going to give you some money for free. Nah, it ain't free. So you get it, you have to repay it. Not only you have to repay it back with interest, but the IMF needs to do a deal with you, and you need to explain what you're going to do with the money and what you're going to do in order to bring yourself in a position not to need this support in the future. This is where it all goes wrong. Because so far, it looks like a loan from the bank, right? You go to the bank, you say, could I have some money? They go, what are you going to do with the money? You're building a business. Do you have a business plan? Let's discuss your business plan, see how it goes, and then we'll see if we think this is a good idea. We'll see how much money we give you, and then we come up with a schedule of repayment, interest that is appropriate to you. So the bank makes money, cool, but the bank is also convinced that you've got a valid idea, so they're contributing to something positive. It's not like you thought, I'll get all that money and I'll go bet it on horses. And I'm sure nations, however, are not like businesses that borrow money for expansion, because nations do not operate independently on economic objectives. Nations are supposed to have elected governments that are elected on particular mandates to do a whole range of things, that are politically, socially, and economically significant. So the idea of having an agreement with an external institution that imposes constraints on policy making is inherently strange. So I don't think anybody can object. The country is by accepting the assistance of the IMF to help it through its balance of payments crisis, is accepting constraints on policy making that are outside its constitutional structures. So you're making an agreement with somebody that then do certain things anymore in the way that you might want to do them. This is a limitation on democracy. It's a limitation on political mandates. On the other hand, it's absolutely natural, because if other people are giving you money, you need to explain what you're going to do with this, and if they've got terms and conditions giving you that money, it only makes sense that you're going to respect them in order to take the money. But there are issues. The IMF operates on a basis of a series of rules contained within its own constitution. It will not give money to a country unless it is convinced that this improves the financial position of the country to bring it back to a point of health and self-sufficiency. The way the IMF interprets success and self-sufficiency has become a matter of great controversy. And this has the most recent examples are what's been happening in the south of Europe, or in countries that have been suffering within the Eurozone from the debt crisis. But earlier examples of issues have been Latin America, obviously, various African nations that have received dual assistance from the IMF and the World Bank in dealing with problems. The way the IMF understands financial sustainability and what, in the view of the IMF, are growth-promoting policies are informed by a very orthodox understanding of economics, by a very narrow definition of what success is in an economic sense, and they do not accommodate a lot of social, ethical, and other aspects that might be important for a nation. So the result of an agreement with the IMF, policy making that might directly create unpleasant outcomes for the populations involved, and they might directly contradict democratic mandates that the governments at local level have received. Hence all the bad press for the IMF. The people expressed the view that the IMF really gets a lot of bad press and the IMF is not perceived well, and I think these are exactly the reasons why the IMF is not perceived well, because if it's giving advice that does not seem to help the nations it's supposed to be helping, it creates a lot of reaction. And this is before you even get into a discussion that the IMF is not really well intentioned, right? Because the presentation that I'm making here assumes that the IMF is well intentioned in the advice that it gives, but because it's got a narrow frame of reference, this might not fully accommodate desires from the people in the countries, right? There are a lot of people, Google it. You can go on YouTube and you can watch documentaries about it. The most famous recent propaganda film of Paul Mason, who's an ex-journalist of Channel 4, he did a documentary about Greece. These people do not think that the IMF is well intentioned. So they think that the IMF is there promoting an aggressive, neoliberal, pro-capitalist conspiracy to, beat everybody who has leftist pretenses into submission. It sounds a little crazy, but a lot of people believe this. A lot of people believe that the international institutions are actually there in order to promote an aggressive agenda in a political sense. Now, I spent a few years thinking about this. I've come to the conclusion that, in my view at least, there is no evil agenda. It's just that these institutions have been built and they operate under constitutions that have a narrow understanding of development and economic success. Crucially, however, you need to remember that the recipients of the advice do have something to do with the way that the programs are implemented. So when you're given targets, you could have a target that the target is not very good, right? And it is a little unreasonable or whatever. But most of the problem usually comes not only from setting an unreasonable or difficult to achieve target, but also comes from implementing things really badly in order to achieve that target. And one of the issues, those of you interested in the accountability and legitimacy of reform, or in the lines of responsibility for law reform, and the fact that these are not kind of homegrown, but they're imposed from abroad as conditionality for a loan, you should think about which bit of it comes from the top and which bit of it is homegrown. Conditionality is this idea that there are terms and conditions. In order to get the money, you need to achieve certain things that the IMF thinks are good for you. But at some point, what happens at ground level is generated by the countries themselves. So who is to blame, for instance, in Latin America? Who is the bad guy here? Is it the IMF and the structural adjustment, or is it the local facilitators? So should you blame the IMF for giving targets that they thought is going to improve the economy in Peru and so on? Or should you blame Fujimori, who was the guy doing it? Should you blame the foreign advisors, Chicago boys that went in there and advised everybody what to do? Is it their fault for promoting unhealthy visions of an economy that then sparked trouble, made inequalities worse and so on, created distortions? Is it their fault, or is it the local elites that incorporated those messages, that took advantage of these messages to actually pursue a national agenda? So there are always two sides of the problem, and I'm saying they're both complicit in a lot of evil things going on. But again, this does not imply a kind of global neoliberal evil conspiracy. It could just mean that you've got the institution with the money has a narrow understanding of success. It comes together with a program that then gets incorporated by people who've got different objectives at national level, because they're trying to line their own pockets, or they're trying to protect their own client groups, or they're speaking to minority populations, or or they're ignoring minority populations, or whatever. It's a series of things coming together to produce unsatisfactory outcomes. If you find yourself thinking conspiracy, maybe you haven't read enough. So looking at things deeper shows the kind of structural issues for why things are happening, not conspiracy. But then again, you're students trying to look at things and look at the literature and write essays. You're not kind of second-rate journalists trying. What is important to remember is that the understanding of law within all of this is very, very narrow. That's why I told you during the previous discussion, law is not there for justice. Law is not there for fairness. Law is not there for peaceful social relations. Nobody cares about this. The law as understood by the IMF, the law as understood by orthodox economists of the neoclassical tradition, all these kids from Chicago and so on, the law is just a facilitator of market process. The law is just a conduit through these things happen. The law has got no substantive content to itself. It is there to get things to work nice and smooth. We do not care who benefits at the end, because according to Adam Smith and Ricardo and all the rest of it, everybody will benefit at the end because these are all automatic processes. They're supposedly colorblind. That's why the fundamentals of a capitalist economy flow through these ideas. Protection of private property, definition and protection of private property rights, right? Definition and enforcement of contractual obligations. This is the bulk of legal reform that comes with an IMF package. What they will tell you is that you need to implement things, liberalize markets, get rid of protectionist barriers. Why? Because the more liberal the markets, the better it is for employment, the better it is for dynamism in the economy. Recognize and protect property rights, because uncertainty as to property rights decreases the amount of economic activity. Make sure that you've got contractual relationships that are respected, protected by the courts. You've got adequate dispute resolution mechanisms, right? All along Western lines. And you know what? Nobody cares, because all this is supposed to be universal. The idea of a single economic rationality, of an economic man. We're all supposed to be at basis the same. Adam Smith's ideas and the invisible hand of the market is supposed to operate in the same way for everybody. Therefore, this means specific things about the law, which are fairly minimal, right? You get these things. You educate people to operate along those lines. You open up your economy. You do these reforms. You clean up the public sector. You reduce your expenditures, and then Bob's your uncle. You're out of IMF support, and you're fine, and you can live on your own. It sounds appealing, but it doesn't really quite work, because there are a lot of other things that really don't work. And these are also another problem with these things, is that because they're based on this idea that everybody is the same and these are universally applicable process, they've got a one-size-fits-all policy for everybody that doesn't take into account local issues and considerations and limitations, which then ends up in a mess. So these are all very well explained criticisms in the literature, right? And you can do certain stuff in places that have got an Anglo-American kind of legal tradition, or they've got an Anglo-American social type situation, and it can work, but it's not going to work for everybody everywhere at any given point. And if the advice comes with these conditions, then it creates a lot of stuff. And these are all controversial, from top to bottom, from what it means to have contractual agreements that are respected, to what it is to have courts that are focused on protecting contractual agreements, to what it means to have private property rights. The idea that everything can be divvied up in property rights and then exchanged is interesting in principle, till you get to communal goods like access to water. That's become a big issue in Africa and the Indian subcontinent. A lot of things about individualized property rights over communal resources, right? So, it's no wonder that these things get into so much trouble. But before you get lost in the critique of how the IMF is kind of ramming things down people's throats, take a step back and remember what it is they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to run your country for you forever. They're supposed to offer temporary assistance for you to get out of short-term difficulties. And they're doing this by giving you their money, and they would like to get it back so then next time they can give it to somebody else who's getting in trouble. And they're not allowed to lend you money unless they know that they're going to get it back, and it's going to put you in a better position than you were in the end.
When we are talking about international economic organizations, institutions, and so on, and if you go out and ask people on the street, what do you know about sort of economic governance on a global scale, what's the first thing that comes to mind? People will most probably say the World Bank or the IMF, and then start swearing depending on which country you're in. And there's not necessarily like a negative association, right? But it's because the IMF has been to a lot of places that are having a hard time recently. It tends to get a bad name. Recently, the IMF has been the good guy, but we'll talk about that later. The World Bank brings more positive associations. But what are these things, right? And where did they come from? The World Bank is a product of the set of institutions created after the end of the Second World War as an effort to mop up the mess. Because at the end of the Second World War, an appreciation that maybe we're all not going to live very long if we keep fighting each other like this. And maybe in order to help nations to have more stable relations, we need to have formal organizations that promote cooperation, provide assistance, assist in development and things like this. And you've got, along with a number of things that are happening, like the United Nations and all the institutions that come with the United Nations, you've got a series of institutions that are aimed at promoting development in the general sense, like international development, but more particularly dealing with the crisis provoked by the devastation that we had after the war. So what you have in terms of economic governance that is very significant is the Bretton Woods institutions. Like Bretton Woods is a place, Hampshire actually, in the United States. Now, towards the end of the Second World War, all the parties on the winning side, they sent their representatives to this nice hotel up there, and they all got together and thought, how are we going to set up a system of rules and institutions that assist with global economic governance and provide assistance, guidance, support, and so on, so we all start emerging, once the war is finished, we all start emerging on a more secure path to development. And the result of the Bretton Woods agreement was the setup of a series of international institutions that are core to what we call now international economic law. So the Bretton Woods agreement resulted in the establishment of the International Monetary Fund, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which then became the World Bank. And these are the two key institutions that have come from this. Now, the chief feature of the Bretton Woods system was one that had to do with monetary policy and with the control of exchange rates. Because what happened at Bretton Woods was an international agreement to have fixed exchange rates, right, and to link these exchange rates to gold. So the value of the dollar was linked to gold, and then the value of all the other currencies was linked to the dollar. So it was a system to control exchange rates. Now, why is this so important? I mean, who cares about exchange rates? Well, what you need in order to promote development and reconstruction is some order in the international financial system, so funds can flow from one place to the next to assist reconstruction. The problem is that severe market fluctuations can be destabilizing for the whole system. So you need some order in the movements of capital. The idea was that if you've got set exchange rates, and if the values of the different currencies are anchored something external that is considered to be more stable, like gold, you reduce capital fluctuations. And then you have a more secure basis upon which to draw capital for development objectives. And that's why this leads to a sort of controlled capitalism, a system of tempered capital flows, and everything is perhaps slower but more predictable. This then allows more secure funding for development, and the IMF, as was originally established, had that particular purpose. This has been successful, right? Because this system of relatively controlled capital movements, controlled exchange rates, and so on, led to successful reconstruction in Europe, and some people say it is credited with successful reconstruction in Southeast Asia and other things. The Americans stopped the dollar convertibility into gold in the 1970s. Because at that point things have moved to a situation where it was seen that the convertibility to gold was restraining the system, right? Now, default is a good thing to be worried about, because balance of payment crisis and debt problems and defaults, like we're going to see later on, are a major disorganizing factor for development. And this is especially something that was in the minds of the people at Bretton Woods, what to do to stop these things from happening and provide assistance so you don't move into default situations. Now, a default situation is catastrophic, especially now that the currencies are freely floating and they're not linked to gold. What the currencies are linked to now essentially is the dollar. So if you find yourself in a situation where the United States is in danger of default, then the whole system becomes completely unpredictable. So, we're lucky that the Americans managed not to lead themselves to default, right? But this makes the fact that you no longer have the rigid rules that you had with Bretton Woods, it makes the system a lot more crisis prone. And there are a lot of people who are saying that this now is a dynamic system, but it's far too dangerous and is prone to collapse all the time. So something ought to be done to return us to a situation that we have some sort of control over these things, perhaps not return to convertibility to gold, but to have something else that provides some order to the system that seems to be lacking today. Let's talk a little bit about the World Bank. Now, the World Bank is not really a bank in the commercial sense. What the World Bank is a set of institutions that have got particular functions that come together under this umbrella of the World Bank. So, the key idea is that this organization provides loans, credit, grants to developing countries for a wide number of purposes that primarily include investments in education, health, public administration, infrastructure, private sector development, agricultural development, environment, natural resource management, and all of that stuff. So the job of the World Bank is development. And the job of the World Bank is to provide both the funds for various, to support development in various nations across all those fields, but also, crucially, technical assistance, which includes legal technical assistance. So the World Bank is a sort of umbrella organization that is meant to channel money to the developing world, and also to channel know-how and best practice and all of these things to assist in development projects. Now, originally at Bretton Woods, it was set up as the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and its primary purpose was the facilitation of post-war restoration. Now it is something bigger than this. After of course, it fulfilled successfully its role of post-war restoration. Now it's got other things. It is comprised of of the International Development Association, the International Finance Corporation, the Multilateral Guarantee Agency, and the ICSID, the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. Explain at the moment what each of these things do. The main aim of the World Bank as an institution is poverty reduction and sustainable growth. Also particularly interested in post-conflict societies or states that are unstable. And what it does when I said that it channels money into these places, it's not free money, so it's not aid money, but it is some of it is free in the form of grants, but some of it is loans or the extension of credit at preferable rates. So the World Bank channels money to places where the market cannot send money or where the market would send money but at very high rates, which makes it not a particularly good deal. So it's a cheap source of financing. It is not necessarily a free source of financing. So you shouldn't confuse the World Bank with aid and charitable institutions that just give money around for various purposes. The aim is, on a global scale, poverty reduction, right, and poverty alleviation. And there are various mechanisms ranging from aid money to loans with various conditions. And of course, when we're talking about the poverty reduction and development, we're talking about investments in sustainable development. The idea is not one-off projects, but the idea is that the operations of the World Bank promote policies that are conducive to development in the long run. You can go to the website of the World Bank. It very nicely lays out how the bank is organized and what the various bits are trying to achieve. Can talk a little bit about the component parts of the organization, and I will give you some idea. I talked about the World Bank comprising of a number of individual organizations, right? One is the International Development Association. Now, what this one does, this was established a little bit after the Bretton Woods initial agreement. It was established in the 1960s. This one has the aim of reducing poverty by giving interest-free credits and grants. So this is more like aid money that is aimed to boost economic growth, reduce inequality, improve living conditions, and so on. Now, this bit, the International Development Association, gives money to the poorest countries. The original bit, that was the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, gives money to countries that are slightly better off, right? So the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development is aimed at middle-income countries, while the International Development Association is meant for the less developed countries. And in fact, they are the biggest source of assistance. Right? So if you're talking about the poorest countries, the less developed countries, this institution is the biggest source of money. Now, what is the other? So two components within that: International Development Association and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. What about the other one, the IFC? The IFC, the International Finance Corporation, this one, its aim is to allow people to escape poverty by realizing their own potential. So this is not so much an organization that funds the state to do projects. It's more an association that is meant to fund projects that enable people to do things for themselves. So this is more geared towards the promotion of a functioning market economy, right? Rather than assist states in building large infrastructure projects that they don't have the money for. So the idea of the IFC is to fight poverty, to share knowledge, build capacity, promote partnerships between public and private sectors. And the way they do this is, of course, by promoting open and competitive markets. Now, the focus on markets here is significant because, as you will see, all of these are very, very much capitalist promoting institutions. So the idea is not to give support universally without political content. I mean, it is presented as not having political content, but in fact, when you give money in order to promote development, this has a very specific political leaning. So the countries that the World Bank has been trying to help are countries that are in the process of developing a market economy. So you wouldn't, and also you need to understand that when these things were created, they were created after the war to assist development, but they were part of the Western sphere of influence, and they were part of a more general democracy, capitalism, promotion environment. So you won't see, a lot of assistance, especially from the IFC, going to places that do not aim to create a market economy. So the first bit, the International Development Association. The second bit is the IFC. What is the third part? What the MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, right? What about this one? Aims to promote foreign direct investment. Now, what is foreign direct investment? Foreign direct investment is incoming funds from private institutions into developing nations for profit-making activities. Right? Now, why do we think that foreign direct investment is a good thing? For various reasons, some of which are obvious, right? Foreign direct investment allows the expansion of productive capacity in developing countries. So when we're talking about foreign direct investment, most of the multinational corporations going and establishing production bases overseas. So, of course, foreign direct investment does not need to come in the form of building a factory, right, or building shops. Purely financial investments also come under this umbrella. But what interests mostly developing nations is the effect of the investment. The effect of the investment is it creates employment opportunities. Along with employment opportunities, it creates better educational opportunities, it increases income levels, and there's an element of the technology transfer, there's an element of education, the people who work in the factories, they learn how to do things, and it is assumed in general that foreign direct investment is a promoter of growth, and it is an overall beneficial thing for the country, for the whole population. It contributes to state incomes, because obviously increased productive capacity means that not only the people who work there make money, but the state raises more money in terms of taxes and all of these things. So it enhances economic activity. And it is universally accepted that investment is something that everybody wants and everybody tries to promote. For instance, you will see that the governments here, they keep going all over the place trying to attract investment, bank branches and various things. So it's all about investment, and investment is not only a key contributor to economic growth in developing nations, it is a key contributor to economic growth everywhere. But don't think about investment, as I said, purely in terms of factories and shops and things. Some of the biggest recipients of foreign direct investment are the developing nations, right? The majority goes into the United States and the more advanced states. Promoting foreign direct investment requires a whole range of things. First of all, the opportunity to make profit, because we're not talking about aid here, we're talking about profit-making opportunities. So a company comes and establishes some sort of productive activity, establishes a factory, does something like this because they think they're going to make money out of it. In order to do this, you need to have a welcoming environment in a variety of ways. So the primary reason why companies go and establish abroad is because they can produce the stuff cheaper. So that's why all manufacturing on a global basis, for instance, has moved to China and Southeast Asia, because it's cheaper, or at least there's a perception that it is cheaper to build things there. Okay, it's cheaper, so you produce things more efficiently if you want, and you make more money as a result. But when you go there, there might be some things that counterbalance the fact that there's a cheap workforce. So a country that is trying to promote investment needs to be concerned about various institutional and legal factors, as well as how cheap is it as a place, how knowledgeable is the population in producing and what sort of sophistication exists in industrial capacity in order to be able to produce things. If the institutional and legal environment is not sufficient, then this acts as a major deterrent. And when we talk about the legal and institutional environment, we talk about everyday things like levels of taxation, but we also talk about major things like, is the legal regime stable? Is there a danger of expropriation, for instance? Who's going to come and establish a factory if they're worried that in a 3 months' time there's going to be a coup and another dictator is going to be there and come and nationalize everything? The stability of the legal regime, adequate protections for things like property rights, they're all part of a wider legal institutional framework that is, for obvious reasons, necessary for the attraction of investment. But there are some stuff that you cannot cure by domestic reforms. There are some, it could be that the place is inherently unstable because the political situation is unpredictable. And even though the current government is, say, willing to promote investment and they do whatever they can to do so, it might not be enough. Foreign, this is a risky business. For example, one of the things that are commonly done to attract investment is the creation of special export zones. And this has been tried as a method in the 70s and 80s, but is becoming less popular now. It's the idea that you create, within the territory, you carve out a certain area and you say within that area, a special set of rules apply that are beneficial for multinationals to come and do business. So this can be used as a testing ground for various institutional regimes without changing the law of the entire country. So you could set up a special export zone. China has done a lot of that, right? And say that within that zone, it's possible to have foreign-owned enterprises, while in the rest of China, you need to have collaborations with local partners. It could be that within the special export zone, you're immune from taxation, right? There are no customs duties. There are lower protections for labor. There are lesser labor regulation. All of these things that might make it cheaper for foreign businesses to come and settle, or safer, or more predictable. And why would the countries do this? It can serve as a testing ground for institutional innovation. What happens, for example, if you lower your tax rates? What happens if you get rid of your customs regimes? What happens if you do various things, right? Test it at the small area and see how it goes before you roll out the reform all over the place. But it can also we can create pockets where the population hopefully becomes more knowledgeable. There is an element of technology transfer, better education, and then these people, once they work there, they leave and they go to other places and carry these skills with them. But the reason why these schemes are less popular these days because companies have gone into these zones, they have established, and they have produced, and made good profits out of it, but the benefits for the population seem to be less than what is expected. So the benefit has been employment, yes, and better incomes, perhaps, but of fairly dodgy working conditions usually, and the element of increasing sort of human capital, increasing education, increasing technical skills, this hasn't really quite worked out. Because companies tend to just employ very low-skill labor, and if they need something more sophisticated, they bring their own workers in. So then the local population doesn't actually increase its skills level. So these things are not really transferable once the company packs its bags and leaves, right? So if you think about it as an investment project and as a testing ground for institutional innovation, it's a good idea. But if you want sustainable growth and lasting effects after the multinationals have departed, it doesn't quite work very well. If the aim is to promote investment and you expect to have some positive out of this, and you try whatever you do in terms of changing the legal regime and changing the institutional framework and all of that stuff to make it more attractive, if there are still some stuff that you cannot do, then these guys come and help you. So the MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, provides insurance for foreign companies that go and settle in less developed countries. And what they do is that they provide insurance that if the political situation goes south, then you will receive compensation from somebody. Because this risk is unfortunately the thing that you cannot protect yourself against. It could be that you've got contracts with the government, right? That you've got there are international treaties, you have a bilateral investment treaty, you've got all that stuff, and you think you're protected. And then there's a revolution, they come and destroy your factory, or they expropriate it, and they check you out. And, you know, you go sue them in international courts, and they say, we don't care. You do what you want, we're in here, you're out there. What do you do then? So these guys here, by the insurance that they provide, they tell the multinationals that there's some basic compensation available for you if these things of a political nature, go wrong and you lose your investment. So this is aimed to help with people who see profits and they've got the desire to go invest, but they can't quite stomach the political uncertainty. Right. Now, whether it's been successful or not, I don't know. I mean, it's one of these things that you can do in order to make a more attractive to promote internationally a more attractive investment climate. I personally think that if there are opportunities are going to go anyway, and they sort of factor the fact that there might be a little revolution and they might, you know, come and shoot some of their workers. The other bit that has to do with this is ICSID, as we said, the International Dispute Resolution Center. One of the key mechanisms, one of the key legal mechanisms to promote investment is to provide assurance to investors that the state is really, really serious about protecting them once they've made their investment. So one of the key mechanisms for achieving this has been to conclude an international treaty that says we promote investment and we give certain rights to investors. So there's been a lot of activity in the area of what are called bilateral investment treaties, where states get together and they promise each other in the form of an international treaty that they encourage reciprocal investment. And they're going to protect the investors, make sure that the investors have certain rights, and you got a series of different formulations for this. Investors could be given the same rights as nationals, so they're not discriminated. They could be given rights as other investors. There could be a provision in the treaty that says we will give you the best standard of treatment available. So if we sign in the future a treaty with somebody else that treats them better, you get the same treatment. So you could have an obligation that foreign investors are treated in the same way as nationals. You have an obligation that says they're treated better than nationals. So the idea is that once you've signed a bilateral investment treaty, it tells the market that this is a safe place to invest and you're not going to get into trouble. And the reason you're not going to get into trouble is because these guys have signed a treaty, so now it's a matter of international law. Right? And this is where we link various of the things that we're talking about here with things like public international law. Because once you start about international treaties, then you have to think, well, what are international treaties? Why are they applicable? What happens if you violate an international treaty? And then it becomes a matter of public international law. But significantly, the mechanism employed in bilateral investment treaties is not to just say, if a country doesn't treat the investors properly, they get in trouble internationally as a diplomatic issue or on some sort of international concrete of this. It says there is a dispute resolution mechanism if the investor feels that their treaty rights are violated. And there's a dispute resolution mechanism that is outside the court systems of one or the other state. So there's an international, external, neutral forum for arbitrating disputes between states and investors. And this forum is, for most bilateral investment treaties, ICSID, which is this agency of the World Bank. So countries that have signed the International Convention on the Settlement of Investment Disputes, they become part of this ICSID regime, and then they stick this provision in the bilateral investment treaties or even regional or multilateral investment treaties that says if an investor has a problem, it is not just a matter of international law. If it was simply a matter of international law, the investor would need to go to their home government and say, I'm being mistreated, and then the home government would need to sue the other state. That's how international law works. You don't have direct rights as an individual or as a subject of a nation. What ICSID does is that it gives you individual rights. So the investor can initiate an action by themselves against the government that's violating their rights. And this dispute is arbitrated at this center. And if this center mandates that compensation is payable, then it needs to be paid. If it is not paid, then it becomes a violation of international law. What is important here is to know that as a result of bilateral investment treaties, if ICSID is the chosen dispute resolution mechanism, then the investors themselves have the right to initiate an action. It doesn't guarantee that they're going to get the result, because even if they win, if the state refuses to comply, there aren't many things that you can do for a state to comply. You could, for instance, and we're going to see this when we talk about treaty arbitration, you could, for instance, go with your decision and assets of the state. But these will need to be commercial assets of the state, not diplomatic assets, and then there's a massive discussion as to what constitutes a diplomatic asset. So if you're a Greek investor, for instance, you're an investor in Greece, and your rights have been violated because the Greek government has expropriated your investment, and you win a claim at ICSID, and it says you need to be paid X amount of money, then you're going to need to find that money somewhere, but it needs to be what is considered to be a commercial asset of the state. So if the Greek government has a bank account in England, you could try and get that money, but you cannot go and take one of the cars that are parked in front of the embassy, right? Because that's a diplomatic asset. The idea is, even though you're not guaranteed the result, you've got avenues to complain, and this sends very strong messages. Because you need to remember that we're talking about countries that are trying to develop, they're trying to encourage investment. We're talking about North Korea here. Yeah, we're talking about places that want to have a good name in the international community. So it isn't great if you lose a case at ICSID. So just the very fact that you've signed a bilateral investment treaty and you've got this dispute resolution mechanism is a significant disincentive to violating investor rights. And if you find that you're losing, then you usually pay up pretty fast, because you don't want to give the impression of the international community that you disregard investor expectations. Yeah? And as you will find developed nations, when they look like they're going to lose an investment case, they normally settle. And they say, yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever you guys want, you'll have it, because we don't want you going around complaining to everybody that you've been mistreated, and then we lose our investment. So this is the final part of what the World Bank is made of. So as we said, the International Development Agency, the International Finance Corporation, the MIGA, and then ICSID. One part of the World Bank is the provision of technical know-how and assistance. It's not just the money in the various forms that it comes. It's also the idea. And there's been a lot of discussion about the conditionality that comes with loans that come from the World Bank. You've probably heard that in the 90s the World Bank and the IMF had joined together in providing loans under structural adjustment packages, right? That were comprehensive packages of reform that meant to provide financial assistance on the one part, but also aimed to promote substantial structural reform in the states that were receiving the money in order to promote, in the view of the donors, long-term sustainable development. A good part of the work of the World Bank has been to provide legal technical assistance. And the provision of this legal technical assistance comes along with promoting the rule of law in a general sense. So what the World Bank understands as the rule of law is a Western-style legal system where there are property rights that are defined and protected, where there are contractual rights that are protected. So the basic legal framework that allows a market economy to operate. And also a system of rules where the rules are properly implemented, they're publicly available, so people can figure out, they know who makes the law and how it's made, they know what the law is, they can find it, right? And then the law is applicable to everybody in the same way. And then there's an enforcement mechanism for violations of the law. So when we talk about the rule of law and the way it's generally understood, and the role of the bank in promoting the rule of law is by creating a framework of rules that are conducive to a market economy, and then having this form of a system that produces rules, a system that disseminates rules, and the fact that the rules are universally applicable. Right? So the decisions and the normal citizens, they're both subject to the law in the same way. Legal technical assistance then has taken a rather practical route in trying to get developing countries to create a system that looks like this. So it has gone in the form of promoting legal transplantation, for instance, helping developing countries to create statutes that are compatible with a market economy and try to achieve the things that they want to do. So say that you are in a place where there are no laws about financial transactions, right? So the World Bank would provide you with assistance into how to structure statutes that cover these things. And it's not only legal transplantation and legal drafting and stuff like this. They also provide assistance for practical things like courts, like building courthouses, getting computers for the courthouses, training judges, training lawyers. So there's a lot of literature about this, and there's a lot of literature about the projects that the United States Aid Agency, USAID, has done alongside the World Bank in the provision of legal technical assistance. So from your point as law students, perhaps if you're less interested in the purely developmental bits, the kind of money that goes to promote development projects, you might have an interest more in the legal bits, meaning how does the World Bank conceptualize legal development and legal modernization, and the projects that they've been implemented in order to push things in that direction. This is pretty much what we know about the World Bank, right? It's an institution that's part of the Bretton Woods institutions, and its aim was poverty and continues to be poverty alleviation. But you need to understand poverty alleviation in the context of the promotion of a market economy. So the various institutions that make up the World Bank and what they do is always linked to this, to the promotion of a market economy. And the legal technical assistance they provide is also linked to this idea of creating a legal and institutional framework that is compatible with a market economy.
You might be wondering, since we've got ICSID, why bother with other types of tribunals? Right? Isn't ICSID supposed to hoover up all the disputes that have to do with investors? The short answer to this is no. Right? ICSID is not all-encompassing. And we need to have an understanding of what happens in the resolution of investor-state disputes beyond or before or around ICSID. The reason why ICSID is not everywhere is because there's a great deal of contract-based arbitrations. A lot of the literature that you're gonna find assumes that a dispute is resolved through some treaty mechanism. So if you go to the library and you start picking up books about investor-state relations, they are mostly about institutional treaty-based arbitrations. They're the stuff that we've been talking about when we were talking about foreign direct investment. So it presupposes the existence of a bilateral investment treaty, or it presupposes a network mechanism created by a regional investment treaty like NAFTA or the Energy Charter Treaty or something like this. But what used to happen, how did these people do these things before we had this proliferation of bilateral and regional treaties? The starting point, historically at least, for dealing with these types of problems was diplomatic pressure. If an investor went into a developing state and then got into some sort of trouble, the primary avenue of dealing with it would be to have the institutions of the home country mediate the dispute. And this, of course, it sounds nice and conciliatory, but it wasn't necessarily so. Hence the literature on gunboat diplomacy. What used to happen is that a well-connected investor got into some trouble in a jurisdiction, then the country, the Americans, the British would send a few boats and bomb something. And people tend to do this these days, but not necessarily for investor reasons. And this was all over the place. We're not just talking about China, Japan, places in Southeast Asia. They bombed the port in Piraeus, the port of Athens, for instance. Yeah, why not? It was during the period of the Greek Revolution in the mid 19th century. Some British people got into trouble. Navy arrived. Boom, boom. There was this assumption, at least, that some sort of pressure emanating from the state, not necessarily through legal channels, would be put to bear on that created the problem in order to ensure that investor expectations are not violated too badly. Pressure in general tended to create also an expectation as to what the rules are and what sort of behaviors from the host state would cause intervention. So in the opinion of a number of states, this was consistent enough to create customary international law. So you have an effort, we're talking now about at the beginning of the 20th century and so on. There was an attempt both to use diplomatic measures to achieve better protection results for the investors, but also to use these behaviors to argue that there's a link with the law. To then say that international law has taken a certain form and expect certain things, and then it's not just a matter of mediating disputes and putting pressure on the host states, but it's also a matter of law that you can bring to the courts. You could argue, for instance, that things could be brought up in the International Court of Justice as a matter of not investor-state dispute, but as a bilateral state dispute. But the content of the dispute, of course, was the violation of the rights of investors. What you've all historically is that when one particular event generated a significant number of disputes, then there would be an agreement to set up a committee or a tribunal to look at specifically issues arising out of this event. So the best example that we have for this is the Iran-U.S. Claims Tribunal. This tribunal was established in 1981, and it was an effort to resolve the various investor-related problems created between Iran and the United States after the Islamic Revolution. Because the Americans were very heavily invested in Iran before the revolution, and they were very friendly with the regime. And then you've had the revolution, and there was a particular point in crisis where the American embassy was taken. The staff in the American embassy in Tehran were taken hostage, and it all got very ugly. And as a result, and as part of the policy behind the revolution, the Iranians nationalized all foreign assets in Iran, and the Americans froze all Iranian assets in the United States. you can imagine the disruption this causes. We're talking about a country that was very rich. It had like a lot of natural resources. You had a lot of concessions where foreign companies were extracting those resources. This is big trouble. So they set up in 1981 this tribunal, and it was run or assisted by the government of Algeria as a sort of mediator between the two parties. And there were a number of declarations created by the Algerians, or the assistance of the Algerians, that the Americans and Iran signed on to. So this thing now international law. So the tribunal was set up by a set of international agreements. So the countries were bound to work with this tribunal. And then this tribunal took up all the disputes arising from the events at the end of the 70s. And they've dealt with a number of things. I think they still have a few pending disputes. The tribunal consisted of 9 members, 3 appointed by the Iranians, 3 appointed by the Americans, and then 3 appointed by independent countries. And they looked at ways to adequately compensate all the investors that had lost out from both sides, right? Both the Iranians who lost out US and the Americans who lost their investments in Iran. So this is the sort of thing that you get if one particular event causes a very serious disruption. Now, the historical precedent, other than this, when you didn't have such a systematic treatment of a problem, was for states to mediate in order to try and take an investor problem and raise it into a bilateral diplomatic issue that the countries would try and resolve. But all this assumes the involvement of states at that level. This was not sufficient, for a variety of reasons. And you will see this if you look at literature before ICSID and what was going on then. After the Second World War, as countries signed up to the United Nations, everybody agreed that they weren't going to pursue aggressive policies to convince each other to do stuff. So gunboat diplomacy was outlawed in a way. So they needed to find other mechanisms. And relying on the states to act on behalf of investors was not considered to be appropriate because, for practical reasons, right? The state make every sort of violation a diplomatic issue, both because there are too many and because not all investors are that well politically connected. So you needed a mechanism where the investors themselves could try and find a solution to the problems dealing with the state directly. The obvious solution is the contracts. There was an idea that using contractual mechanisms and contractual techniques, the investors could obtain the remedies as a matter of an operation of law. So we're moving into a more legally, technically defined territory. And of course, there was an effort to use a law distinct from the local law, for the obvious reason that local law is subject to change by the state. So if your argument is with the state, and the state can alter the rules, then you're not going to feel that you're well protected. So all of this led to arbitrations and led to a system that used international arbitration as means to provide effective protection to investors, which suggested the loss of the degree of national sovereignty, but not, to the extent that perhaps you had before, but this is debatable. Now, this is still relevant today, because you have arbitrations that are happening outside the treaty structures, outside ICSID. You've got countries who do not participate in ICSID, right? Or you might actually not fall within the definitions of protected investment for various reasons. And also you've got the prospect that countries are losing their interest in ICSID. So especially this is, you can see that in Latin America, in countries that are, worried about protecting their sovereignty and trying to follow like a different economic model from the one proposed by the United States, they are reluctant now to participate in all these mechanisms that sort of solidify neoliberal attitudes to these issues. So as a result, if countries start pulling out of ICSID or using ICSID less, you might have a return to contract-based arbitration. Now, the reason, as we said, that contractual mechanisms became so important is because they offered the way to multinational enterprises that are not typically subjects of international law. International law is a body of law that covers the relationships between states, not between states and private individuals. But multinational enterprises use their influence on the law by influencing the decisions of tribunals, influencing the writing of academics, and doing whatever they could to create the impression that there's a system of law that encompasses them, that is related yet not the same with the rest of international law. So this has been achieved to a great extent by having this law on investment that now operates in this intermediate level between national and international law. Through all these attempts, multinational enterprises have succeeded in sort of legitimizing the idea that investor rights exist as part of a general system of rights of international applicability, not linked to national laws. And of course, the states on the receiving end, the developing states, the capital importing states, they're not tremendously happy about. What are the typical examples of contractual mechanisms that are used to give investors better rights? What you see mostly are these things employed in concession agreements historically. Concession agreements are long-term agreements where the state agrees to allow a foreign corporation to operate in its territory and do a whole range of things. They usually have to do with natural resource extraction. So you would effectively sign off a bit of national sovereignty for a very long period of time to a private corporation. And this is the rights, the extensive rights given to by concession agreement, and the fact that it sort of carved out part of the legal space and gave it to a private corporation where the state lost control is the reason why every time you've got a revolution, you also got these contracts being repudiated. And you've got this in Iran, you had it in Libya, you've got it in Latin America successively when you've got change to governments that are more left-leaning. The thing that sort of sticks with people is the unfairness and the unbalance in the way benefits from these things are distributed between the foreign corporation and the state, and the cause of this are the terms of the concession agreements. So what is it that multinationals have stuck in the contracts to try and protect themselves? Three main features of the contracts. One is clauses, right? What's stabilization clause? It's a clause that says the legal environment as it existed, the totality of laws and regulations that have to do with the investment, the operation of the investment, planning issues, permissions, all of that stuff, are frozen so far as the investment is concerned at the time of entry. The state effectively says that, okay, we can change the law, we can do stuff, but anything we do from this point onwards does not really apply to the concession agreement, to the investment contract, to whatever it is. This gives assurances to the foreign investor that whatever they've planned, they're going to have, and whatever projections that they've made, they're not going to be affected by changes in the regulatory environment. This is good stuff for the foreign investor, right? But it's a tremendous loss of sovereignty. If we're talking about some minor investment, it doesn't particularly matter, but if we're talking about a concession agreement that basically signs off a whole geographical territory and, control of the various things, then this is a very, very, very significant limitation. You've got choice of law clauses that say that domestic laws are not applicable to any issues that arise in relation to this agreement, and they subject the contracts to some external standard that is not necessarily a standard identified within a foreign national law. what tended to happen, and it still tends to happen for these types of agreements, is that they say that the applicable standards are generally accepted standards, industry standards, or general principles of law. They don't say it's, the national law. They don't say it's the law of the home country. They say general investment standards. This links back to the discussion that we had about these things creating customary international law in a way. I mean, if everybody refers to general standards, then there's an agreement as to what these standards are, then do we not have a consistent body of international investment law? The counter-argument to this, as we've seen, is that if we had one, then we would have been able to agree on a multilateral investment treaty. But this is bad news for the home state, both because they lose the capacity to sort of apply national standards to these agreements, but also because what are these general principles of international law? Right? Who makes the arbitral tribunal? Right? Who are the arbitrators? They're people who are likely to be more friendly to the understanding the multinational have as to what standards they have than what the nation state has. You're not going to get many radical professors from SOAS arbitrating the disputes. You're likely to get all the barristers, right? They've been working with the multinationals their entire lives. So this is a dangerous thing for the states. There's nebulous concepts of what the law might be. And crucially, and finally, is the arbitration clause, right? Not only you've got some sort of extraterritorial system of law that determines this contract, but the job of who figures this out is not the national courts. You could have the national courts. You could say applicable law is, lex mercatoria or whatever, and give jurisdiction to the national courts. And then the national courts will need to figure out what this means, right? Because the national court's understanding of what lex mercatoria is probably less multinational friendly than the arbitrators. So you've got an arbitration clause that says you go outside. Now, this external dispute resolution, as determined by a contract, could be an ad hoc tribunal that is set up specifically for that purpose. And if that is the case, then the arbitration clause will specify a mechanism for setting up this tribunal. Or it could be a selection of existing bodies. It could be ICSID, right? It could still be ICSID. We're not saying that ICSID doesn't apply. It could be the International Chamber of Commerce. It could be, whatever arbitration center you want. An interesting question is whether the concept of the separability of the arbitration clause applies to these contracts, with the idea that the arbitration clause survives the contract. It's a very common concept in commercial arbitrations. The question was always, what is going to happen to your arbitration agreement if the contract on which it is based comes to an end? Right? Why would the contract come to an end? It's been frustrated, right? Some external event doesn't allow the contract to be performed. It's been terminated, right, due to some fundamental breach. Normal contract law stuff. Normally, if a contract is terminated or frustrated, it goes away. You don't have a contract anymore. But for the arbitration clause, there is consistent jurisprudence everywhere. I mean, examples from English law. You've got the case of Heyman versus Darwin's, for instance, from 1942. It held that an arbitration clause in a contract may be wide enough to cover a dispute as to whether the contract itself has come to an end, right? This is then reflected in Section 7 of the English Arbitration Act. If your argument is, I don't have anything to do with this because the contract doesn't exist, the appropriate forum to have this discussion is the arbitral tribunal. The only way you can get away with this is if you claim that you've got no connection whatsoever with this contract. You say that, I've been asked to participate in this tribunal. It's not me. I don't have a contract with these guys. Or that the contract was void at the beginning, that agreement was never reached. Anything else, even if you say that there's something defective about the formation of the contract, even if you say that the contract has been procured by fraud, even if you say whatever you want, right, still, the place to have this discussion is the arbitral tribunal. So this idea of the separability of the arbitration clause means that the arbitration clause has its own independent existence, and it will always serve to suck the dispute and bring it into the tribunal. And as we said when we were doing the arbitration module, this is linked to the concept of what we say, the competence of the arbitral tribunal to determine its own jurisdiction. So your problems with it, I don't have a contract, I don't have an arbitration clause, I should have gone to the courts, all of these things, fortunately or unfortunately, the practice is internationally get determined by the tribunal, right? Good stuff. However, when we're talking about a contract that is based on national law, that is created by national law, then if the national law is changed, it is not so easy to say that the arbitration clause survives. Because the concession agreements are not just a matter of the contractual capacity of the state. They are usually an act of, whatever is there. Like it's a statute that establishes the concession. And you've got that stuff here as well. Look at the concession, say for the Eurotunnel, the Euro, yeah, right. Many of these things are done by legislative acts because they have to do with like large national scale infrastructure projects and so on. So if an arbitration clause is contained in a legislative act, and then this act is repealed, you don't really have basis to say that the arbitration clause has an existence separate. And normally, you don't have a concession, you don't have a contract, you don't have anything anymore. So you cannot go to arbitration. Now, this is a controversial idea. On the one hand, you've got a body of the literature that suggests changing the law is an essential element of the sovereignty of the states. So if they want to change the law, they change the law. There's nothing you can do about it. To the degree that you're governed by national law, it's the end. But you've got all that other stuff about the separability of the arbitration agreement that has been going on for so long that it has created the perception for many scholars that is this unique living thing, and it doesn't matter where your arbitration clause has come from, even if it's come from a statute, it is still surviving, even the change of the statute. If you want more information about this, look at Liamco versus Libya case, where the arbitrator there suggests that the arbitration clause does survive, right, even for concession agreement. So having the bilateral investment treaties and, in any case, treaty mechanism is insurance for the foreign investor that they don't have to rely on relatively, unsuccessful attempts to internationalize their contracts. Because if the rights are coming from a treaty, then by definition, we're talking about something that has presence in international law. Let's talk a little bit about ICSID arbitrations. What we have to remember here is that ICSID is a different species of creature from the ad hoc contract-based arbitrations. So ICSID is exclusively for disputes arising out of state contracts. You can have arbitration, contract-based arbitration can arise out of anything, right? Can arise out of a normal commercial contract that involves private parties, right? This is the whole content of the class of international commercial arbitration. You've got a contract, you can choose arbitration as your dispute resolution mechanism issue. But if you are two private parties, even if you're from different jurisdictions, you cannot take your dispute to ICSID. In order to arrive at ICSID, your partner, one of the parties, needs to be a state. The fact that ICSID is created by a sovereign act, concluding a treaty, convention is an international treaty. distinguishes it from private arbitral institutions. So even though, and the reason why I keep banging on about this is that I don't want you to think that the only place where you can have investor-state arbitration is ICSID, right? You can have it in other places as well. However, in order for you to arrive at ICSID, it has to be investor arbitration. So the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce does arbitrations of all sorts of things, but ICSID only does investor-state. So how did they come up with this idea? I think what we've discussed already, as a sort of background, what was going on before, explains why there was a need for something like ICSID. A mechanism was required that investors could actually bring their problems in a forum that is considered international, and a forum that is considered sort of powerful enough to form alliance. So in 1961, the then General Council of the World Bank came up with this idea. Why don't we have an international convention establishing a dispute resolution mechanism for state investor disputes? And there was already some discussion about these things. I mean, you've already seen that you had the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, in the 50s, producing various draft conventions, one of which was a convention on the protection of foreign property. So all that stuff was already there. The attempt lies the issue of investor protection, to give it a dimension in the domain of international law as opposed to just trying to figure out what to do on the courts at the domestic level. So these previous attempts, like the OECD draft, they were not particularly successful because they got stuck at the issue of what should be the appropriate level of compensation for expropriation after nationalizations. Of course they would get stuck at that point, because the states consider it an exercise of sovereign power to expropriate if they need to, and they didn't fancy the idea of having to pay compensation to the foreign investors determined by somebody else. So even though this was a real pressing problem, you didn't have much process with the drafts. This particular guy had the idea of trying a treaty, but not leaving the negotiation of the terms of the treaty to the various states, because he figured that this way you're never going to get it anywhere. So what he did is that he presented various drafts that he developed himself within his organization, within the World Bank, right? And they presented them at conferences and asked for feedback from the various states. So this actually led to a more successful conclusion, because they ended up with a consistent draft. And since most of the states had the opportunity to provide feedback and to influence the development in some way, you didn't have any problem when it became a final draft, and then it attained 20 signatures to 20 states to sign on for its original ratification, and then you went on from there. So the convention became operational from 1966, and since then it's received very broad support. So, pretty much everybody has signed on to the convention. And it wasn't necessarily seen as an attempt by impose investor protection standards on everybody else. It was seen in a more positive light. And you had all newly independent states from all over the world signing on to ICSID without too much disagreements. So what it did, it was revolutionary at the time, but is considered commonplace today. If you want to isolate the key contribution of the ICSID Convention, is the ability of the investor to sue the state unilaterally. Because till then, we had various mechanisms that you needed to go through your home country, for your home country to make this an issue with the other country before you could obtain redress. The older treaties operated as a conduit for claims from the investor to their home country and then to the host state. ICSID allows you to sue directly. This simplifies things further for an investor, and it gives them the assurance that when they are into trouble, when the set rights are violated, then it is them who control, at least they don't control the process fully, but they control the initiation of the claims. This is what we can identify, the idea that non-state entities, corporations and individuals can initiate actions, And there's also the idea that international law is applied directly to a relationship that originates within a particular jurisdiction. So you're not limited to the use of national law, but you in effect internationalize the problem. And also the tribunal's awards were enforceable in the territories of the states that signed on to the convention. So you deal not only with access to the dispute resolution mechanism and then the operation of the mechanism, you have an appropriate way of actually having any awards enforced. Because it would be pointless if you go through the arbitration and then you cannot obtain your compensation. What happens if you don't obtain your compensation? It's a breach of international law. Because your argument, if you are the investor, you have a finding from ICSID that your rights have been violated and you due compensation, right? What happens if the state doesn't pay you the compensation? If this was a simple contractual dispute, there's nothing you can do. As with many things, if you provide decisions, there's nothing you can do. But as a result of the ICSID convention, the state is in breach of its international law obligations. And then you have to look at public international law to see what the consequences can be. Even if the consequences are not concrete in terms of fines, UN resolutions, various things like this, the diplomatic pressure that attaches is more significant. It is different to say that a state has violated the contractual agreement. It is quite a different thing to say a state has violated treaty obligations. Initially, the system was more limited in its operation, and it wasn't particularly transparent. And you didn't have great access to the awards. You didn't have great access to the sort of procedures and decision-making methods of the tribunals. But since it's a publication that contains all the cases, right? So now after this, you've got a case law that you can follow. You can trace the way the tribunals deal with things, and the openness about it creates also precedent. Even though you may not have strict rules of precedent in the way that you've got them in common law jurisdictions where the courts are supposed to follow previous case law, right? Still, if you have a body of jurisprudence developing, it creates expectations of consistency and an arbitrator in ICSID that arrives at a different solution than a previous arbitrator will need to address the difference. And the wider an audience you have for the ratio behind the decisions, the more the arbitrators need to explain themselves if they fail to be consistent. That is a pressure in itself towards harmonization and consistency. Whether that's a good thing or not is another issue, right? Because I've been arguing that you have now the evolution of consistent norms to treaty arbitrations that are not necessarily good. So the system is geared towards a sort of liberalized paradigm, and the arbitrators by their decisions are pushing this forward, and maybe this is not necessarily in the interests of the parties involved. But, that's another question. Now, how does the convention actually work? First of all is the issue of jurisdiction. Can you go to ICSID? Are you covered? Right? Is this the appropriate forum to resolve your dispute? Well, treaty, right? Where is it that the rights are coming from? And you have to determine whether your investor comes under these provisions. You will remember that there was a discussion as to, say, for natural persons, who is covered by this? If we're talking about, say, two countries that have a bilateral investment treaty, and they're both signatories to ICSID, so the disputes are going to any disputes are going to be channeled to ICSID. How do you know that one of the parties is actually entitled to protection? Is he a national of the state? How do you consider, why would you consider somebody to be a national of the state? It is easier for natural persons than it is for corporates. How do you determine that a corporate has the nationality of a state that they wish to be protected under? You remember the discussion that we had as to financial investments, portfolio investments, and portfolio investments, and so on. If you own shares in a company, are you a protected investor? What determines the nationality of the company? Is it the seat of where the company is headquartered? Is it where the company is registered? Is it the nationality holders? The treatment of this is not consistent. Of course, it depends on the wording of where you get your rights from. Or how does the bilateral investment treaty define investors? And then the way the world they're dealing with this varies. In some cases, you've got the arbitrators saying that it is the corporation where it's got its main operations, where it is registered, for instance. You've got some others that say, well, this may be a corporation registered in X jurisdiction, but look, 100% of the shareholding is in other jurisdictions, so we cannot actually consider this shareholders. If shareholders don't have a bilateral investment treaty with this jurisdiction, then they don't come under the definition of protected investor. Protected investment, right? With this, once you determine that nationally, in theory, you are a protected investor, what about the investment itself? Is the investment itself covered? Was it within the parameters of the bilateral investment treaty? It could be that, you could be a U.S. national, and the U.S. has a bilateral investment treaty, but you've invested in, say, technology, and the bilateral investment treaty only covers resource extraction and not technology. Right? Now, what about the coverage of ICSID itself? Article 25 of the ICSID Convention says that the jurisdiction of the center shall extend to any legal dispute arising directly out of an investment between a contracting state and an investment between a contracting state and a national of another contracting state. If the parties, of course, consent in writing to submit to the center. Once they have given their consent to submit to the center, then the consent cannot be withdrawn unilaterally. So what is it then to state in order to have your arbitration under ICSID? That there is a legal dispute arising out of the investment, that both states that are relevant are under the convention, and that the host state and the investor have consented to arbitration. There is no it's a legal dispute, but as you would imagine, this of course is taken in the widest possible, is given the widest possible meaning. Apart from jurisdiction, which is normally not the problem, a discussion can be had about what the applicable law. And this brings us back to what we said before, when we were choosing law for the contracts, for instance. The contracts could specify whatever as the applicable law. The arbitrators will go about choosing both the substantive and the applicable and the procedural law on the basis of the agreements, then on the basis of the choice of law provisions in the national law and so on. And we also saw the opportunity for a selection of a non-national law system and the problems that you might have with this. If you choose stuff like Lex Mercatoria, right? The rules here as to the choice of law are fairly liberal. Bilateral investment treaties do not always specify the applicable law, the national law, and they don't provide a link between them, so you don't know which one should come first. And the parties to the agreement, of course, the parties to the agreement to arbitrate can include a legal system or the rules of law that will govern the substance of the dispute. The rules of law that will govern the substance of the dispute. But there's no need to choose something specific. Article 42, for instance, of the ICSID Convention says that the tribunal shall decide a dispute in accordance with such rules of law as may be agreed by the parties. Arbitration rules says that the parties can designate the legal system that will govern the dispute. Now, legal system is different from rules of law, because legal system implies the selection of a national legal system of a particular jurisdiction. A rules of law is broader, and this is what ICSID allows. So it could be that international law applies directly, or it applies indirectly because, you know, the national law that you have selected makes a reference to standards that exist in international law. What is the conclusion of all of this? You do not normally have in investment disputes the selection of the law of a particular jurisdiction. You have a reference to standards that are more difficult to identify. And if you look at statistics, in, say, I've got here an UNCTAD report. It says from 1987 to 2008, in 317 arbitrations, 64% were submitted to ICSID under the ICSID rules, and the rest were done under the Austral rules or the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce. And in the majority of those, you didn't have a selection of the applicable law already made. So it was left up to the arbitrators to determine, and the applicable standards are left, not undetermined, but they're determined by reference to things that are more in the international law domain rather than in the domestic law domain. And this is another argument, this is another thing that links to what we said about, seems to be some consistency emerging about what the standards should be and how they're interpreted. In the absence of choice, right, then if you look at the arbitration rules of UNCTAD, they say the arbitral tribunal shall apply the law determined by the conflict of law rules which it considers applicable. An argument conflict of law rules which it considers applicable. An argument could be made that you don't need the selection of a national law to tell you these things, because the standards, as determined by the bilateral investment treaties, for instance, tend to be fairly. What are the standards? You remember all that stuff we said. Fair and equitable treatment, international minimum standard, full protection and security, no discrimination, no expropriation without compensation, national treatment, most favored nation clause, free transfer of funds. Now, all of these things, they are international law concepts. You would find them in foreign investment laws within the jurisdictions, but again, they define them by making reference to international standards. If there's anything special, then anything unusual, then it tends to be in the particular contract. Should this be a matter of concern? Should it not be a matter of concern? I don't know. It depends whose side you're on. From the point of view of the nation state, as we've often said, it suggests a limitation of sovereignty. That you do not control the definitions of the standards. On the point of view of the investor, of the market, of investment climate in general, of the global economy, it is perhaps better to have consistent expectations as to what the standards are, and to have all these things that exist on an international domain. What about compensation, right? What happens if, you've determined that ICSID is the appropriate venue to have this, to resolve your dispute. You've determined that protected investor and, all this is something that you should be engaged in. You have then let the arbitrators in ICSID do their job to interpret the standards according to the jurisprudence that has been created. What is the outcome? Been created. What is the outcome? What sort of remedies can they give? How do they calculate stuff? Well, this is a little bit difficult to discuss in the abstract, because it will depend on the circumstances of the particular contracts and the provisions of an illustrative case. A look at the case of Metalclad versus Mexico. This is a 2000 case. Now, Metalclad was a U.S. corporation. It was operating through a Mexican subsidiary. The investment was in this subsidiary. It received a permit to construct a landfill close to a town in Mexico, right, that was used to store and treat hazardous waste. Well, guess what happened? They began construction. The town notified the company that they were operating without a permit from the local authority. Therefore, their construction was illegal. They applied for the permit and continued to build the site. The local authority turned down the application. In the meantime, these guys had completed the building and all the facilities. Since they didn't have the license, they couldn't operate it. On top of that, the governor of the region issued he passed a law. He issued an ecological decree saying that natural reserve, including the area where the site of the landfill was. So then, there was no issue. It wasn't like applying again for a permit. The whole area was out of bounds. That's what Metalclad argues. And you see, this is a situation of what we've discussed before, that who's the property. But it's pointless to have the property. This is not a direct expropriation in the sense that the municipality came and said, that landfill, we'll take it, we'll run it. They just said, you guys keep it, put flowers, enjoy it. But you cannot actually use it as a landfill. So it's a type of expropriation. And this is what these guys claimed. Metalclad claimed the violation of NAFTA Articles 1105, which is the minimum standard of treatment, and also of Article 1110, which is the expropriation provision, and requested compensation. The tribunal had a look at this. They determined that Metalclad was denied fair and equitable treatment, because the local authority had no power to deny the construction permit on environmental grounds. So as a matter of administrative law, they acted as. And there were no clear rules or procedures in any case about this sort of construction in Mexico. And they said that this constitutes on the part of Mexico a failure to ensure transparency as required by the provisions of NAFTA. So the problem is at multiple levels. First is Mexico doesn't have its bureaucracy in order. It doesn't have the administrative process in order, and that in itself contradicts the provisions of NAFTA. Secondly, that they were prohibited from working on the basis of the absence of a license that they didn't need to have anyway. And the tribunal also found that, these actions, the actions of the local government and the environmental decree, constituted an act of indirect expropriation. In particular, the ecological decree. They said even if you forgot about everything else that the municipality has done, with the local authority, the license, all of that stuff, the decree in itself that made this area a national park is an act of indirect expropriation. Right. So the tribunal concluded that Metalclad's investment was completely lost and proceeded to estimate fair market value for the investment. They said they couldn't actually calculate lost profits because as this thing never operated, you couldn't project profitability. But they said they're going to compensate them from the actual investment made, so for the money that they spent building the site. So they looked at Metalclad's tax filings, the audit documents, all of that stuff to figure out how much it cost them to build this, and they estimated damages at $16.7 million, including 6% interest, and there was also post-award and pre-award interest and all that stuff. Right. Okay? So, Mexico was unhappy. The tribunal's award was reviewed by the British Columbia Supreme Court, And the court disagreed with the tribunal, and they found the articles, they found the findings on the article about the municipals wrong, but the Supreme Court said the tribunal was not right to say that the municipality didn't have the right to ask for the permit, and they didn't have the right to say that Mexico is messing up with NAFTA, right? That part is wrong. However, the degree of the governor making the park and so on, this is wrong. And that constituted indirect expropriation. So they said that mandates compensation, and they then didn't fiddle with the tribunal's assessment of the damages, right? So they kind of, in the end, Metalclad won the case, but not necessarily on all the grounds that the tribunal had suggested that they win the case. Because normally this happens with any sort of appeal process, that the appeals court doesn't challenge the findings of fact or the calculation of damages. They just say, are they entitled to the damages or not? And if they're entitled, then, you know, the trial court's decision as to that thing persists. This is just but one example as to how a process of arbitration through ICSID can work out. What you should be left with is, from this class, are a few key things. First of all, not all investment-related arbitration is ICSID arbitration. So keep in mind the continuing importance of contract-based arbitrations, and also keep in mind the differences. Don't conflate the two. There are separate processes that still exist. If you're talking about ICSID arbitrations, then everything that we've done so far in the module fits into the things that we've said today.
In people's minds, the WTO seems to be a relatively recent thing, but it's not. And that's the trick about it. When they were having the Bretton Woods conference that we talked about last week, thinking about international cooperation and organization after the end of the Second World War and how they're going to go about this, they did actually envisage a complete set of institutions, including something that they wanted to call an international trade organization. So there was supposed to be a sort of fund that assists with development, which was the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, that then became the World Bank, as we said. There was supposed to be the IMF that dealt with balance of payments crisis and capital flow problems and all of that. But there was also supposed to be something specifically for labor, which is the International Labour Organization that we're going to talk about in a couple of weeks. But crucially, there was supposed to be an organization for trade to facilitate and organize international trade. But this international trade organization actually never materialized, right? Because they didn't manage to agree on it. What happened instead was that there was, in 1948, the creation of a sort of sub-agreement to this that was supposed to be a precursor to setting up a system of international trade. This was the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, right? So you've got, because they failed to agree on a large-scale trade deal, they thought, okay, let's start with a set of basic rules, and then we take it from there rather swiftly. It didn't happen very swiftly because it took more than 50 years for the next step in the process to happen. So you were stuck then with the structure of the GATT, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. And what we're going to do today is we're going to discuss a little bit the sort of logic behind these things and then how it evolved and what the system was trying to achieve. It is one of these things that in international agreements and in international law, very often the sort of temporary compromise becomes a very, very permanent situation, because once you manage to agree on anything, because agreeing on stuff is so difficult, then it tends to become fairly long-standing. Let's move on to the present day and think a little bit about the WTO and what it is supposed to do. The WTO is a sort of recognition at the highest level that trade is a good thing. Increased trade and increased liberalized trade is a positive thing for everybody. And this is completely assimilated by absolutely everybody. And I mean, we can discuss after whether anybody has got any reservations to this, but this is a fairly mainstream idea these days. So what you do need then, once everybody agrees that we want more trade and tries to facilitate it, is a sort of system that allows people to negotiate trade agreements and to get things done in, the fastest and less painful way as possible. Therefore, having an organization whose whole purpose is the organization of liberalizing trade seems to be a good idea. The WTO, in effect, is not the same type of institution as the World Bank and the IMF. The WTO is primarily, as they say in all their publications, a forum for negotiations. So it's more a central place where people come together to discuss how to increase and better their trade relations. The discussions that led to the creation of the WTO, that was very protracted. The WTO itself was created in the mid-90s, and it took a lot of effort even to get to that one. But, okay, it is a sort of big talk shop. It's like a big negotiating forum, but it does also contain a set of rules. And for you as lawyers and approaching this thing from a legal perspective, if you wish, then the set of rules it has as to how trade relations are governed is becoming more and more important. And the overriding purpose of the system is to help trade flow freely and in increased levels. And in order to do this, there needs to be some control that prevents disagreements or mediates disagreements and ensure the expansion of trade is actually done in the most beneficial way possible to everybody. And for that reason, it allows people to do the deals, and then it allows people to work through the deals. Now there is a very significant dispute resolution system within the WTO that will deal with all the inevitable conflicts that come up. So the WTO itself was created, as we said, in the mid-90s, in 1995. We have had, since 1948, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. And what you had after that was a whole series of negotiations, multilateral negotiations, as to how to move things forward that actually led to the creation of the WTO. But the WTO wasn't supposed to be the end of the process. It has kind of died after the end of the 90s, because further negotiations on liberalizing other types of trade haven't been very successful. And we're going to see this a bit later on, because a big divide has opened between the interests of the developing nations and the interests of the developed nations. And efforts to sort of work their way through these differences haven't been very successful, and the political will has been lacking in the last 10 years or so. But even the WTO itself wasn't supposed to be the end of the process. This is an ongoing process. I guess the end of it is some sort of capitalist nirvana where everything's like a free market and everything's traded and everybody's rich and drives around in an SUV and all of that stuff. To go back to the if we want to identify the principles of the trading system on which the GATT was based, the WTO is based, we do have some core concepts, and these core concepts, interestingly, mirror many of the investor standards that we're used to when we look at bilateral investment treaties or other types of investment instruments. So a lot of the core principles as to how trade partners are treated has the same basis and the same rationale as to that employed. So what are we talking about? We're talking about most favored avoidance of discrimination. And how do you avoid discrimination? We're talking about national treatment. We're talking about most favored nation treatment. So some of the key concepts within that are those, right? The idea of national treatment, that you don't discriminate against foreigners, that you give foreigners and foreign businesses the same level of protection that you give nationals. In the context of trade, this means that both imported and domestically produced goods are treated equally. Foreign goods are allowed to enter the market without additional requirements. You've got the same ability for foreign companies to provide services And then there's also protection for intellectual property rights that belong to foreign corporations in the same way as you protect the intellectual property rights of domestic corporations. And intellectual property is a big component of the WTO agreement and the way the system has evolved. So national treatment is one thing, but additional to national treatment, you've got this idea of most favored nation treatment, the concept that you treat other people equally. So not only you do not give foreigners a worse deal than you give your nationals, but you also treat all the other foreigners equally, that you don't choose one nation that gets preferential treatment as opposed to everybody else. So under the WTO agreements, countries cannot discriminate between their trading partners. So all trading partners get the same deal. Now this is so important that it's actually ingrained in all the documents, and it is the first article of the GATT. It's also a priority in the General Agreement on Trade in Services, the GATS, right? And it's also a very important component of the agreement on, it's called TRIP-related aspects of intellectual property rights. That's the TRIPS agreement. So these are the three component agreements of the WTO. The GATT, for trade in goods, the GATS, trades in services, and the TRIPS agreement, which is intellectual property rights. But of course, I mean, it's obvious from the history of the thing that the process of liberalization and increased trade is a gradual process. It wasn't like a one-off that everybody, boom, immediately allows all foreign goods to come in without controls and is free to export whatever they want. So you've had gradual levels of liberalization, both in the volume and in the types of goods and services that are traded under this system. And it's been a very long process. If you think that all this began in pretty much at the end of the Second World War, and we're still having disputes about the trade back today, it's been a very, very long road, and it's still got some way to go. The way in which the system works is that as countries begin to participate in these processes, they agree that they will not necessarily abolish every restrictive measure that they've got for trade, but they will not make things worse. So countries that enter the system, they agree to certain maximum ceilings for the various trade restrictions that they're willing to impose, things like tariffs and so on. And then the idea is that gradually you bring these down. So at least on a very initial level, joining in this system carries with it a promise that you will not take any additional restrictive measures other than those that you've got at the moment. And then gradually, there's a commitment that the agreements, the various barriers to trade, they begin to come down. So you'll see, for instance, if you look at the levels and percentages of tariffs before the various rounds of liberalization and after, they have been falling quite significantly. Bigger trading partners join in the agreements, then again, the various problems and restrictions in trade begin to come down. Why is the WTO so keen on these things, and what is meant to come out of greater openness in the trade relations? Well, what's meant is greater competition, both between firms at national level and between firms at national level and the ones abroad. And this increased global competition is meant to bring the benefits of an efficient market, not only within particular spheres within a nation state, but across the globe. So if you're wondering why do we consider competition to be a good thing, well, the primary importance of competition is supposed to be consumer welfare. That prices, if firms are competing in a market, prices come down. And if the bigger the market and the bigger the sources of competition, the greater the pressure on prices, because if you've got the choice of multiple products from multiple producers from home and abroad, obviously you're going to choose the one that suits you best in terms of quality and in terms of price. But it's not only price. The idea is that increased competition leads to more efficient production. So you have increases in quality and decreases in price. So the consumer overall gets a better deal. This is a sort of baseline understanding that underlies every effort at trade liberalization. It's not just, at the big international level. Look at the EU, for instance. The whole point of the EU is increased competition between various companies and producers in Europe as a whole. So people are not subject just to competitive within the UK, but they're subject to competitive pressures across Europe in order to produce more efficiently. Now, what is the consequence of producing more efficiently? Well, the idea is that if you produce more efficiently, then this is a beneficial thing for development and economic growth. Oh, well, if you export more and people want to buy your stuff, then you get more income, right? Then you can expand the production, there are better employment opportunities, there are better more money moving around the economy, so things get better overall. So all this is supposed to spark a virtuous cycle of continuous improvement, where previously you might have local production that wasn't particularly good. If you open it up and people have got the chance to opt for a different product, then there's pressure on the domestic producers to become better. Once they become better, they become more successful, both domestically and abroad. And look, they make more money, they expand their production, hire more people. It's a good thing. That's the whole process of economic development. And with it, of course, comes a greater case for economic reform across a bunch of sectors, because the state has a role within this as well. It's not just that the job of the state is to liberalize trade and lower tariffs and allow competitive products to come in, but the state has then a role in various parts of these processes to enable people to work and produce more efficiently. So the idea is that by joining the WTO or joining in various international agreements that have to do with the liberalization of trade, then it puts policy, generally economic policy, on a path of, because governments then start thinking, well, since we participate in an open system, what can we do to support our companies to become more efficient and more productive? Maybe we need better infrastructure. Maybe we need less bureaucracy. Maybe we need changes in the law that actually encourage more competition domestically, right? And if you read the publications that come from the WTO and various agencies that are interested in trade liberalization, they will out of statistics and a lot of information as to how increased liberalization leads to improvements, both directly, right, in the way that firms and productive businesses behave, but also in the sort of general policy environment. Once you start participating in the system, it becomes very difficult to pursue restrictive policies across a range of economic sectors. And, if you believe the Americans, then it's not market liberalization, then brings political liberalization for, reasons that we've talked before, that if a market liberalizes, then it sort of creates an entrepreneurial, business-minded middle class that normally wants to have more say in how things are run. So it creates pressure. All this creates pressures for democratic changes and more accountability in the way things are governed, and brings changes to the state and all of that stuff, right? So this is all an interlinking set of changes that is meant to be, very positive and brings the whole world closer to the things that we're used to in the West. So people were convinced about all of this business since a very long time ago. I mean, the idea of liberalization is very present in the Bretton Woods negotiations. It's different from now, from those days, is that then they were more focused on real stuff, right? Trade and when they were thinking about money flows and aid and so on, they were thinking of them in more practical terms. Discussions about liberalization moved from the 80s onwards to more, to things that are less concrete, because there's been a lot of talk about liberalizing finance and capital flows, and there's been a lot of talk about the protection of intellectual property rights. So this sort of discussion and debate evolved from the more concrete, everyday, understandable stuff at the beginning of the process to the more sort of conceptual things that have to do either with the financial markets or with intellectual property rights later on. So you can follow, even from the WTO website, you get a lot of information that allows you to follow the gradual evolution of the various negotiating phases. So we don't need to go through this in a great level of detail, but what you started from the agreements on goods, you moved on to agreements of services, and then eventually you go to agreements about intellectual property rights. And you have a series of rounds of negotiations, and they usually have the name of the place where the negotiations were mainly held. So the most important stuff that are more recent to us, there was the Tokyo round that went from 1973 till 1979, and the negotiations there were about tariffs and lower tariffs and all of these things. And then you got the Uruguay round from 1986 to 1994 that dealt additionally with all this, again, intellectual property rights, agriculture, and then the creation of the WTO. The sort of things contained in these agreements and in these negotiations carry a large list of measures. So even if you look at the things in the 70s, for instance, about the agreement reached in the Tokyo round, they were talking about subsidies and what sort of things the government can subsidize, right? Because of course government subsidies lower the prices of things. And it is a significant trade that if you're subsidizing some type of production and then these products are exported, they're exported at much lower prices than normally they would be. So there's an issue, there's a distortion of trade if a product has a specific price due to government subsidies as opposed to the cost of its actual production. So reducing subsidies has been a very significant issue in all negotiations. Then you've got technical barriers to trade, which are restrictions in freedom of establishment, restrictions in the way you can market goods in foreign jurisdictions and so on. So there's a lot of things that the states have in place to prevent exports and prevent competing businesses from coming in. So this is obviously something that needs to be tackled. Then you've got the standard stuff you would imagine that when we're talking about customs duties, we're talking about import licenses, how the customs value things. But you've got some additional things that you might not necessarily think about, things like government procurement, right? Because in a sort of open trade environment, government should have the opportunity to source the best products at the best prices from a range of producers and not be limited to national production. So opening government procurement has been a very significant issue in negotiations. You walk around, for instance, and you see that, what brand are the police cars, right? Are the police cars necessarily a brand that is the brand of the country that we're in or not? Or not necessarily, but they used to be, right? In France, it used to be that all the police cars, and I think pretty much they still are, they're all like French brands. Opening up things like this can be very significant to trade, and especially the bigger the state in a country, the bigger purchaser is the state. So if the state does not take imports, then it's a very significant distortion. And then you've got a whole bunch of other things, and getting into the agricultural products, which is a major problem that we're going to come back to. So, okay, we've had that stuff for so long. And, you're counting from the late 40s till today. There is a discussion as to whether all this has been successful and whether the whole system has actually produced what it's meant to produce. Well, it is considered to be successful. The GATT, for instance, is credited with improving international trade, with fantastic terms of international trade and greater competition dynamics across the globe. And, everybody is more or less accepting of the fact that if it weren't for the GATT, you wouldn't have the sort of international trade system that you've got today. Now, the WTO, you could say that the WTO is successful just by the very fact that it exists, right? Because the fact that such a long process of negotiation has ended up in the creation of a multilateral, fairly comprehensive agreement about trade is success in itself. And the things that were covered in the Uruguay round that ended up in the creation of the WTO, they go a lot further than the things that we were discussing before. You had, for instance, discussion about maritime services, right? And market access in that field. You've got things that have to do with the environment. You have things about liberalizing telecoms, right? Then about various types of produced things like textiles and clothing that had been like a very big issue before, plus the significant introduction of intellectual property rights and the way that intellectual property rights are very much a key component of the system. And we've got a class on the World Intellectual Property Organization and the way intellectual property rights work. We're going to see this. Let's try and summarize what WTO is supposed to do. The WTO agreements cover goods, services, and intellectual property. So the three components are the GATT, the GATS, and the TRIPS agreement. And they set out the principles of liberalization. And then they set out a list of exceptions that, for various reasons, countries might wish to derogate from a sort of headline policy, which is liberalization. So you've got commitments from the individual countries that participate in the system to lower tariffs and lower trade barriers and to keep their markets open. So it's supposed to be a one-directional process, right, towards ever increasing liberalization. So it's not like back and forth. Anybody who joins in the system only looks forward. You've got some provision for exceptions, but this is only for countries experiencing certain shocks that we're going to see in a moment. The idea is one of ever increasing liberalization. There is some provision for special treatment for developing countries, but the extent to which this is significant we can discuss. And trade policies now are meant to be driven by the ideas that underlie the WTO system. So countries cannot create their trade policies in isolation of the WTO system. So they're meant to adopt the mentality and participate in this. You can call this, it is called the system of rules. So when people talk about the WTO, they talk about trade rules and so on, but it's not a particularly hard system of rules, but it has its basis in international law in the sense that all this is treaty-based agreements. Perhaps the difference between the effect of treaty-based agreements generally and those the international agreements specifically, treaty agreements for the WTO, is that the WTO with its own dispute resolution mechanism that we will discuss later on. The way in which the WTO works is that not only it offers you a system of rules and a framework within which to organize your trade relationships, but it also gives you a mechanism to resolve those disputes.
And the primary focus of this class is the dispute resolution bit. And I think this is quite important, because if you don't have a structured way to resolve the disputes, then it is up to each individual nation to react to what they think is violations of standards, and it means that things become very, very unfair. The big nations have got the opportunity to damage, their business the trade partners, if they think that they are engaged in some violations, but smaller nations do not really have an opportunity. So where if you're a small, Caribbean nation and you feel that the Americans are imposing unfair levels of tariffs to disincentivize imports from your country, there isn't much you can do. Yeah. So we're not talking about the Americans and the Chinese who've got complicated relationships and, whole ranges of product classes and industries that they need to negotiate access to. If you're smaller, or if you're offering agricultural that is easily replicated, then you're in trouble if people don't want to do business with you. So the dispute resolution system is a key component of a healthy, functioning, and fair, if you want to call it fair, international trade system. Now, this should not be perceived as a court system or as an arbitration in the traditional sense, because the emphasis is not on who's right and who's wrong and who wins and who loses the case. The emphasis is on diffusing tensions, offering people an opportunity to work their way through any problems without degenerating into generalized trade disruption, right? So it is a dispute settlement system, yes, but it's not the same stuff like ICSID. ICSID that we looked at for investment trade disputes, it looks at it, checks who's made a mistake, orders compensation, doesn't particularly care about the relationships of the people afterwards. It's a one-shot shop. You won, you've done it, you've been proven to have done something wrong, you have to pay compensation, then your obligation is to pay, and whatever else happens is not really that material. But here, by definition, we're talking about continuing relationships, and it's a way to put them back on track, mediating any trouble, and containing the dispute between the nations in particular on the particular sectors that they have problems, so you don't have generalized issues. Also, what I think is important to note is that this is a system that has to operate efficiently. You need quick resolution to the disputes. If you don't have a system where when disputes arise, they can get discussed quickly, and then if a full-scale panel is needed, then this panel operates in an efficient way that offers you quickly resolution, then you have increased opportunity for this degenerating into a general conflict. Now, there was a dispute resolution provision under the previous regime, under the GATT, because, don't forget that the WTO has only been around since 1995. So the system predates the WTO. And there was a dispute resolution system under the GATT, but it had trouble because of its lack of efficiency. There were no fixed timetables. The decisions could be blocked in a variety of ways. Things dragged on for a long time without reaching conclusion. It was more of a talk shop than a dispute resolution mechanism as such. Right? Now you've got something that runs on tight schedules, and it runs in a professional manner. Yeah. And once you have a ruling out of the panel, then this is automatically adopted. You do not need to persuade all WTO members to sign off for it that they think it's a good idea. Because this was also a weakness for the previous GATT system, that if members objected to the ruling, then nothing would happen. So you cannot have a dispute resolution process that is subject to the unanimous agreement of every member of the organization. So, it looks like a court or an arbitral tribunal. It's meant to run very quickly, but in the end, it will have consequence on preserving relationships, right? Not just assigning blame, determining compensation. This is not the emphasis. The emphasis is on normalizing relationships that are going through some. Now, what is the time frame for these things? Well, you've got a 2-month period for consultation. So once a nation says, I think we have a problem for something, they raise it as an issue with the WTO, and you begin this 2-month consultation process. If this consultation process might involve some mediation between the parties and so on, if it doesn't lead to an outcome, then you begin the process of setting up the panel in order to adjudicate the dispute. So the panel, 2 months for consultations. If this doesn't work, you get about setting up the panel and appointing the panelists. Then once this is set, they've got 6 months. They hear the dispute, then they think about it, they issue their report within 6 months. Then you've got a few weeks that the final report, the report is given to the parties within 6 months, then the report is given to the WTO officially. And if within 2 months after this, you've had no appeal, then it becomes, the ruling is adopted, right? And obviously the consequence is that then the countries take action according to. So if you tally all this up together, you got about a year. It's really not bad. I mean, you would spend a year trying to resolve like a standard commercial dispute in the courts, right? If there is an appeal, you can launch an appeal between 2 or 3 months after, and then they get a month to consider the appeal, and then they give you the result. So even if something is appealed, you go like a month, a year and a quarter, right, or a year and a half. You don't go much beyond that. You have a lot of cases, and I may have mentioned this before. You see this in the variety of ways. I think a lot of cases show too many violations, which suggests that the system is not functioning very well. To get people argue about. On the other hand, you could view this as a good thing. Say that the more cases we have, the more we build jurisprudence that then we can do. So these guys issue this nice publication. You will, for instance, this one is a long document, but it's got a 1-page summary of all the cases. Yeah, so wait, to have a look at all the reports, so you can have a look at the reports that involve your country, for instance, or you can group them by category. There's loads, and these are chronologically ordered. So the last ones, this was this is the United States comparing against China. But these are after 2015. You get more of them, right? You get the progress beginning on a daily basis from different jurisdictions. And what is interesting at the moment is to look at Chinese Americans, because this has become quite controversial. And as I told you before, at the last days of the Obama administration, they launched a few cases. And how now this is taken on by the Trump administration is something to keep an eye on. How these cases go, the ongoing ones, might inform how the new administration sort of reacts to the whole system. If they seem to be winning the cases and getting what they want, it might make them a bit more accepting of the system in principle. If they lose the cases and it creates bad press, it's probably gonna motivate them to come harder against the WTO Dispute Resolution system, because they've already developed a rhetoric that says it doesn't quite work for them for one reason or the other. So I get the view that more cases are a good thing, and it can contribute to an evolving jurisprudence. It can contribute to mechanisms or tests that we use to check whether standards are being violated, and then appropriate ways to determine what to do once these standards have been violated. Now, the panel itself, the panels are like tribunals, but not so much like a court, more like an arbitration, right? Because the countries involved help in the selection of the panelists. So the countries in dispute are consulted when they appoint the panelists. And of course, if the countries cannot agree on who's going to be on the panel, then the WTO Secretariat can make those decisions for them. You normally have got 3, but you can have up to 5 experts. and they're from different countries, so they represent the WTO more generally, and they examine the evidence and decide who is right in this case or who is wrong, or whether the complaint has a basis. And once the panel has made their report, this is passed to the dispute settlement body, which then carries on the process. There is a list of pre-approved candidates for the panels, but the countries have got the opportunity to recommend other people as well. But the fact, don't forget that this is like arbitration in a way. The fact that they are proposed by the governments, it does not mean that the panelists are there to represent the government. So it's like, the Americans put their own guy and the Chinese put their own guy, and then the WTO puts another guy as a chair. They are supposed to work independently, and they all work for the WTO. They don't work for their governments, and they're there to look at the dispute in an independent manner. Now, the appeals, there is an opportunity for appeal, but this is limited, and it is on a point of law, and it's quick. So you cannot have the appeal run for years. So the time for the appeal was like a month or two by the time this goes through the appeal thing. Each appeal by a particular panel that constitutes itself as an appellate body. Again, it represents the membership of the WTO, so you get people from a variety of jurisdictions, and this appellate body, the people serving on it, they've got specific terms and they're rotated. It is probably healthy to have an appeals mechanism because the interpretation of the law is what matters here. The more appeals you have, again, the more jurisprudence you have, so the more you can narrow down or specify the standards, which makes it easier to preempt disputes in the future. So the whole idea is that I think somebody must have plotted this on a graph somewhere, that you have at the beginning of a dispute resolution process, you don't have a lot of users, then it peaks at some point, and once the jurisprudence is adequate, with sufficient instruction to the nations as to what is a violation and what is not and how to interpret it, which means that then you drop off in the cases because people know what's going to be a likely outcome, and they avoid taking offensive action to begin with. I think this is a sort of natural evolution of kind of case law defendant systems, but this is not like environmental violations. This is not tort law. So a corporation that, in the original stages of environmental protection regulations, these were not legislated, these mostly developed through the courts. So you have like a peak of cases in the 1960s in the US and so on. Once the standards were well developed, then it kind of dropped off, but also you had legislation that took over in regulating this area. Now, what you have here is that you also have significant political pressures. So the fact that the rights might be well determined and the outcomes of disputes might be predictable, it still might not prevent the violations from happening, because the violations could be a response to intense political pressure domestically. Considerations is not a factory that says we're going to dump it in the river because there is no clear rule as to whether this is right or wrong, so we'll try it and see what happens. It could be that you know perfectly well that you're going to be found to be violating the rules, but you go ahead with it anyway because your local political constituency demands it. You've seen the stuff about ICSID as well, right? Predictability in the rules and the enforcement of the rules is not necessarily a deterrent to the violation, because there are other things that are going on. What happens once you've got your decision is an interesting issue here. Well, once you've had your decision, if you've gone through any appeals and so on, if you've been judged to have been at fault, and you've got the decision from the panel saying that you are at fault, what you should do then, if you are the country perpetrating the violation, is that you should change the measure, remove the measure, or adopt a corrected measure, or change legislation that caused the problem. Right? So compliance should be compliance with the panel ruling, should be the appropriate outcome of a dispute process. It does not necessarily always happen like this because of the intense political reasons and economic reasons while these things are happening. If the state has not, if the losing state has not complied, then you get into a discussion of sanctions. What could be the penalty that one can impose in a situation like this? You do not have control over state behavior, right? If a member state chooses not to comply, there isn't much you can do. There isn't a direct way that you could fine them, for instance. There isn't a pot of money that is theirs that you can go and collect as compensation. But what you can do is that you can allow the other party to adopt trade sanctions. This is the penalty that the perpetrator of the violation needs to suffer. And usually the logic is that you impose sanctions in a way that they either protect your industry from the violation, or they raise funds that then you can use to compensate your industry from the amount of money that it's losing. But this does not happen immediately, right? You need to give the other party a reasonable period of time to adjust its policies according to the panel decision. And you need also to allow the time for discussions in order to figure out what would be acceptable compensation and how to compensate the industry for the damage that is suffered. You see, a change in the tariff regime that damages an industry is a difficult thing to assess, because this is also a sort of dynamic multi-factor environment. It could be that tariffs on solar panels, on Chinese solar panels, reduces the amount of sales, but it could also be that the sales have dropped because of other factors. It could be that there's a drop in investment in renewable energy in Europe, and sales across the board would have fallen, not they're coming from. So it takes some complicated economics and finance work in order to determine exactly what is the cost in the industry. And once you've done this, then you need to think very carefully about what would be an appropriate way to compensate them. So these are not direct impacts. It's not as easy as ICSID arbitrations. In an ICSID arbitration, somebody comes with a straight claim of compensation because they've been expropriated or something else has happened that violates their legitimate expectations. They come with a number, right? They start off with a number. Like, you close down our factory, that factory anymore, we lost X amount of money. Here, the state is complaining about these measures that violate the rules, right? This is stuff that you see over there. The loss is something much more vague. So you need the time both to respond to the ruling and reverse the decisions that caused the losses, and then quite a lot of time to figure out what these losses are and how to compensate them appropriately. Now, if you don't, if there's been 20 days, which in fact it isn't really that much, and there's been no, then you can ask the dispute settlement body for permission to impose limited trade sanctions, right? So and then this can escalate depending on how unresponsive the other side is and what is the extent of the damage. Sanctions should be imposed in the same sector, right? And should be proportionate to what happened. If the sanctions are disproportionate or affect unrelated sectors, then you're going to face a complaint from the other side for discriminatory measures that hurt them. So, you need to think about the balanced way in which this is meant to work in order to contain the disputes within particular places, within particular industries, within particular levels. So it's not like we impose a tariff on solar panels that the Chinese are objecting to, and then as a response, the Chinese ban all import of European agricultural products, right? So this is the sort of level of escalation that you might fall into if you don't have a structured mechanism to mediate these disputes. This is what the system is trying to avoid. And we're talking about multi-industry, multi-sector, complex trading relationships. The fact that you've got disagreements will not stop the trade. I mean, the Americans have been taking the Europeans to these panels for years and years and years on the agricultural products, about the beef that I told you, and genetically modified organisms. And they've been arguing about this non-stop, and there are multiple decisions, one supporting one party, one supporting the other. It does not fundamentally disrupt trade between the two sides. It does not fundamentally stop them about thinking of different types of improved relations between them. You've got multiple US-EU disagreements. This does not prevent them from engaging in a multilateral negotiation for the TTIP and finding ways to fix problems. And joining a free trade area or a bloc could be a way to resolve some of these problems. Yeah. So, like stepping forward in improving trade, it could be a solution to some problematic relationships that tend to generate a lot of cash flow. So the solutions to this can come from a number of different areas. Right. So you can read. You're invited to read there's a lot of stuff about this. I would start with the article that I showed you there that discusses the evolution of the dispute resolution system. But the key emphasis is on mechanisms to mediate and overcome disputes so the relationship is not disrupted any further than it needs to be. And some stuff could be genuine disagreements, right? It could be that the Europeans are genuinely concerned about the health effects of these particular products, and the Americans are genuinely baffled that the Europeans don't like them because they think they're great products, right? So I'm not saying that there's always a negative intent here. It could be that the Europeans are genuinely concerned that the prices of certain types of technology are not correct, right? And this is an attempt by Chinese companies at competition. So this is something that needs an expert evaluation, and it might not even necessarily suggest a collusion or intentional action on the other side. Right? It's not evil foreigners, which is Trump's understanding of these disputes. It could genuinely be that you've got a lot of moving parts, and sometimes you get into situations that appear to be damaging, and they need to be looked at by experts to determine whether they stay within the rules or not. And once you get your decision, you win some, you lose some. It really should not be something that becomes emotional or politically important in a way that affects the bilateral relationships between the nations across the board. I'm not saying that the people affected are not going to be angry. So if you're a German sort of business because of competition from Chinese products, you're never going to become a friend of Chinese trade. And you're probably never going to become a friend of global trade or globalization in general. But the job of the government is to think about the growth prospects and the fortunes of everybody in the country, not particular sectoral groups. So some people lose out of these developments, other people don't. So is the international trade and the competitive pressure that leads some victims a good thing overall or not? So that's the job of the decision maker, and it's also, you could argue that you can have a mandate about this. Some populations are more interested in economic development than others, right? Some populations might be more interested in protection of, the sectoral interests for whatever reason. Yeah. Or, they got like a kind of Marxist government that thinks that the whole thing is bad. Why is this such an issue at the moment between the Americans and the China? The Trump administration, now at the beginning of March, they issued the policy paper, and the thing is that Trump does so many things, and it is so busy that not everything can be picked up on the news as a major thing. Plus, he says something crazy on a daily basis that kind of occupies media attention. So some of the more technical stuff that have got consequences, both for what we said here and what the lawyers are going to be working on, they're not necessarily at the top of the news agenda. Right. But, they might be next week. So Trump has issued this policy paper, not Trump, the administration, so like he writes about himself. And the administration in this trade policy for the future, they say that the WTO is good so long as it works for us, and we're not necessarily bound by the rules of the WTO, and we're not necessarily bound to respond to the decisions of the panels in relation to disputes if they're not in the national interest. And they write this in slightly more flowery language to say that the legislation that we passed when the US joined the WTO does not obligate us to respond to these things as if they were domestic decisions. The effect is what I told you. The effect is that they would like to pick and choose what panel decisions they comply with, depending on how this affects their perception of the national interest. So this policy agenda document says, even if a WTO dispute settlement panel or appellate body rules against the United States, such a ruling does not automatically lead to a change in US law or practice. Consistent with these important protections and applicable US law, the Trump administration will aggressively defend American sovereignty over matters of trade policy. So people read that and they went, hang on a second. I mean, the whole idea, everything that we knew about the dispute resolution mechanism is that it gives you binding decisions that then you need to take some action or then suffer the consequence from the other side. So, okay, your domestic legislation is structured in a way that does not create an immediate avenue for enforcement of decisions of the panel. But, what in public international law, what creates like directly enforceable powers? Everything that happens on this domain is then subject of state action with some degree of leeway. When you get an ICSID decision that says you need to pay compensation, there is no influence mechanism on ICSID. It just operates on the basis of you guys signed an international treaty. This is an international obligation. So you have to do it because you have to do it. But they're not going to send in the bailiffs, right? In the same way that you can have United Nations Security Council resolutions that, you have to respond because you're a UN member. Now, if you choose not to do so, apart from military action, there isn't much that one can do, and you can ignore Security Council resolutions for decades, right? The Turks have ignored a few. The Israelis have got a wonderful record of ignoring pretty much all of them. So, there isn't much you can do. So I don't understand why this reality about the way public international law operates says something different about the trade policy of the US now. There is no built-in enforcement mechanism. Compare this, if you want, with commercial arbitration. In commercial arbitration, there is a direct enforcement mechanism because if you've signed the New York Convention, you've then passed national legislation that tells your courts to automatically recognize foreign arbitral awards. So somebody can come straight to your court and say, I've got an arbitral award issued in London. Can you please, they haven't paid me, can you please seize their bank accounts? And the court in France or in Switzerland or, Italy is going to go, sure, okay. They will not say, take it to the foreign ministry, have the foreign minister stamp it, or have the government pass a law allowing me to do this and do it. Because the New York Convention, that is about the enforcement of commercial arbitral awards, offers this direct enforcement mechanism into the national system. So that is, you've got this conduit. You do not have this with treaty-based state obligations on any level. You don't have it for ICSID, you don't have it for this stuff. So, clearly, the dispute resolution panel is not going to determine the action that the US government is going to take if they lose a case. But then again, the message that you take from this is not that you're allowed to ignore the decision, it just means that you got flexibility in complying with the decision.
what people have understood this to mean is that the US now wants to reserve itself the right to pick and choose. Now, from what we've seen about the dispute resolution panel, and after you read that stuff, we can discuss it next week into more detail. What is the consequence of them not complying? The time limits pass. There's been no response. So the other side will be entitled to pass measures. I mean, it happens. Sometimes countries choose not to comply. They accept some other type of penalty. For instance, you will see in that literature there that the US has refused to comply with decisions in the past, but they have compensated in a different way the producers in the other. First of all, what is WIPO? As we said, is the World Intellectual Property Organization. It is a part of the United Nations, and the idea is to develop an internationally applicable intellectual property system. Such a system aims toward creativity, stimulate innovation, contribute to economic development, while at the same time preserving and promoting the public interest. Now, this is an old one. I mean, it was established by the WIPO Convention in 1967, and the idea was to protect intellectual property amongst its member states. And it's got a series of aims, but the majority of them have to do with technical support in assisting states in setting up intellectual property systems, and a lot of the work is legal technical assistance, right? So they are aimed at creating a normative framework for the promotion and protection of intellectual property. And they offer people services in order to be able to manage this. They're supposed to coordinate the development of a global IP infrastructure. They produce a lot of data and research and analysis and things that states can use. They help in international cooperation. They help coordinate international and develop international policy on these issues. And they have a financial support structure as well that can provide assistance in states that are building up their capacity. Of the arguments that you get about IP then lead into arguments about competition law. So if you guys have done any of that, you might see some connections. Now, what do we refer to as intellectual property? It is all creations of the mind. So inventions, literary works, symbols, names, images, designs used in commerce, all of these things. And you've got two broad categories of intellectual property. One is on the industrial side, which includes inventions that are protected through patents. It also contains trademarks, industrial designs, geographic indications of origin. Yeah? The thing that tells you that the drink that you're drinking is champagne and not kind of bubbly drink produced someplace else. And you've also got copyright, which is the other side. Copyright includes literary and artistic works, including novels, poems, films, musical works, artistic things like drawings, paintings, photographs, sculptures, and architectural designs. You can include within copyright the works of performing artists in their performances, and the other types of recordings, and also broadcast stuff that go into radio or television. So all of these things attain copyright. Why are we so keen on intellectual property? Because a great deal of what makes a modern economy is not in its physical aspects, but it is in the production of knowledge. You already get into areas that people find controversial because there's a lot of argument from the developing world that the emphasis in protecting intellectual property is safeguarding areas where the West or the developed world or the industrial world has an edge, right? The knowledge that led to development in the West was developed and utilized at the time that it was not protected through these organized systems, and there is some concept that protecting them in this way denies other areas access to this knowledge. So it inhibits development in places that happen to be at a different stage. On the other hand, the acceptance, the giving the label of property to these things allows people to make a living out of them, which is an incentive into further production. Now, you might take the view that artistic production is an essential component of the human nature, right? So people will produce art regardless of whether they can commercialize it, because that's what people do, right? People will produce music, will produce performances, will produce paintings, will do all these things, and they will do them anyway. But there are certain aspects of it that might not be produced unless they're money-making. And in order to make them money-making, you need to identify them as property and then defend them as such. And there are some grander debates about the nature of individualized property rights. And the thing about property rights is that once something is identified as a property right, it belongs to somebody, it becomes capable of sale to somebody else. So the moment that you attach the label property to something, it can become a resource that then you can use to generate money. And in the same way that the creation of property out of land, right? When a land is, like say you discover, you cut it up into pieces and you give people ownership titles over it so then they can do stuff with it. It's a sphere to economic development and economic activity. The same thing can be done with intellectual creations that are represented in IP. So it's a transfer of what we have in the physical world around us and a system that has developed in order to monetize the physical world. It now moves through a more virtual or, not physical domain. And that is a sort of normal evolution of a capitalist system that understands as a property right and then understands everything as giving the potential. The role of law within such a system is to define, defend, and allow transactions on these property rights. So what you are expected to have is a legal system that first of all gives definition to these things, then it gives ownership and it gives titles and it gives identifiable systems to check who owns what, and then it allows people to make transactions of these things and enforce those transactions. So in the similar way that you would be able to get a piece of paper that says this plot of land belongs to you, then you're allowed to do stuff to it, you're allowed to sell it to somebody, and if the transaction is not completed, then the other person can take you to court and demand that they're compensated. The same principle that applies to intellectual property rights. Does everybody think that this is a good idea? Well, pretty much, because WIPO, well, of course, everybody now participates in what is understood to be a sort of globalized capitalism. I do dislike the word globalization, so let's try and be slightly more original than that, okay? But yes, it is if you have to use the term, it is a globalized era, and pretty much everybody agrees to sort of overall capitalist mode of development and global interaction. And the WTO now has 189 member states, right? Which is lots. And you become a WIPO member state if you are a UN member or one of the sub agencies of the UN, or they invite you to join in, or you're a member of the Paris Union for the Protection of Industrial Property, or the Berne Convention. There are key conventions about the protection of intellectual property, and all is hunky-dory. So everybody accepts now the idea of intellectual property rights. Everybody accepts the idea that you can have individualized property rights and ownership entitlements and transactional capacities over the creations of the mind. Excellent stuff. Right. What could possibly be wrong with all of this? What is hugely problematic about this. There are 2 or 3 areas where this thing has gotten a little bit stuck. One key area of concern is access to medicines. And the other two problems are the protection of traditional knowledge and the protection of cultural expressions. Medicines are produced and new medicines are discovered primarily by private pharmaceutical companies. In order for pharmaceutical companies to engage in this significant investment in research and development in dealing with medicines, they need to be able to make money out of their inventions. Therefore, a global system of intellectual property rights ensures that the corporations can obtain patents over the medicines that they create and then charge people for using them. They either charge people directly for buying the medicines or them available to the population through national health systems. And in most countries, the cost of healthcare is one of the most significant components of expenditure. The key expenses in the state tend to be defense, education, health. Defense, education, health. Right? So health has become a very significant cost. And the cost of drugs for the health system is a very significant part of the cost of the health system. First of all, the cost of the drugs, which prevents people in developing nations from having access to affordable medicines. The pricing is determined by private corporations, and they can set those prices because what they have up with is protected from patents. Patents run from a certain number of years, but so obviously after you've come out of patent protection, if the drug is still useful, then you can produce generic versions without needing to pay the company who has come up with the idea. But if your patent protection goes for for decades, maybe there is less need for that medicine subsequently. And big diseases and big killers and so on that have been around for centuries, now most of the drugs that we use for them are outside patent protection. But some of the more modern drugs, things that have to do with cancer, for instance, or particular diseases like AIDS and so on, they're still within patent protection. So what do you do? The problem is not with the old medicines that now are produced in a generic form. The problem is with the new one. So is this an adequate way to organize a system, and is a push for intellectual property the right way to create the right balance of incentives for pharmaceutical industries to produce those drugs and to make those drugs accessible to everybody in a worldwide level in a way that they can afford? Protection of the legal aspect of the protection of intellectual property rights on a global level through the protection of intellectual property rights on a global level through the WTO is through the TRIPS agreement. It is the trade-related aspects of intellectual property. So the TRIPS agreement was one of the key components of setting up the WTO system in its current form, and has been heavily criticized for expanding on a global Western notions of property rights and Western notions of the protection of property rights. Would we be able to produce the drugs that we need and fund the research into diseases if we did not have a private sector? Now, you could think, but I used to think this, but I've got no evidence to back it up, that if all the expenditure that went into buying drugs from the private pharmaceutical companies went into research and development, into state institutions, we might be able to produce these drugs through research in our universities as opposed to relying on private pharma. But I could be completely wrong here. It's entirely possible that the desire, even if we had massive savings, drug costs, that this money would be used to fund something else, like idiotic projects to leave the European Union, for instance, or, defense expenditure or some other crazy plan that somebody comes up with. instead of being put into research and development. So it could be that, you undermine the capacity of multinational pharma to survive, you cut the cost of that, but then you don't actually reinvest in research and development, meaning that you cannot develop the drugs that you need, so then your population suffers as a result. If, however, if the state was funding research and development in these things, they would fund things that need doing, not the things that get them money. So a more crucial, a more key concern about the current system that we've got is not so much that it costs a lot of research that they do, because pharma is the research end, is putting a lot of research and a lot of efforts and a lot of resources into producing solutions to what are perceived to be West world problems. So a lot of the research goes into lifestyle drugs, or the sort of things that are diseases that are prevalent in the West that affect small numbers of people that can pay very well, but do not put much effort into diseases that affect large populations in developing countries that are not if you were producing drugs and solutions for that, they would not be able to afford the cure. So if you're thinking about the global system that operates in a way that deals with health concerns for the entire world, having a profit-making institution, an institutional arrangement, means that the pharmaceuticals are going to produce stuff for the populations that can afford to pay for the resulting drugs, not for everybody else. And it could be that the need in terms of numbers or human suffering is much more significant for all the people who cannot pay as opposed to the people who can pay. People are complaining opposed to the people who can pay. People are complaining that a lot of money is being spent in research on stuff that are Western concerns, right? So, do pharmaceuticals need to spend a lot of money on loss and weight loss and, anti-aging things, or developing various solutions for people that affect you once you hit 70 or 80. There's a lot of research on dementia and so on, which is a legitimate concern in the West, but it's not a concern in the developing world because nobody makes it to dementia. It is a difficult thing to balance. And on the other hand, would you say, what's more important? Putting, say, £1 billion into researching dementia, which affects, say, 2 million old people in Europe, or should you put that money in, river disease or something like that affects 2 million kids in Africa? Yeah, at the same time, you're telling me people are not vaccinating the kids in the US and here because they think, and actually this is another point of the disgrace from Trump. He appointed one of those kind of vaccination deniers into a senior position. I think this is just complete nonsense. You might as well believe in witches and stuff. I mean, you have to be a complete idiot to. There was this bogus claim that multi-vaccines had the link with autism, for instance, and that led to large amounts of people not vaccinating their kids, and then diseases that have been eradicated in the West reappeared because the kids have not been vaccinated, which is completely idiotic. The problem with the pharmaceutical research in areas where they think they can make profits out of selling the drugs, they do not research mass killers in developing nations where they cannot pay, people cannot pay for the drug, and they don't research what are called orphan diseases, meaning that there are bad diseases that affect small numbers of people. So most of the charity work and the state money goes into either funding research for big stuff that the pharmaceuticals are not interested in, or about the really, really minor stuff. So most of the kind of cancer research stuff goes into more specialized types of cancer that they're not funded, the research into them is not funded adequately through the profit-making system. But you see, the problem that we've got here is that you have a big private pharma that is not necessarily putting the resources into what is necessary. And if we're saying that intellectual property protection is necessary and you need to allow researchers to make money out of their inventions, otherwise this research would not happen, a big counter argument to this is that the research is still not happening because they're not researching what needs to be researched, they're researching what makes them money. So this is a combination of private and public sector funding, that the public sector funding then catches the things that the private is not willing to do. And also there are mechanisms for producing generic drugs when, of course, the patents have expired, or when, of course, the patents have expired, or thinking about the extent to which patents ought to be protected, right? Maybe they should be longer, maybe they should be less. It's to balance these things appropriately, and there are also emergency mechanisms that states can produce generic drugs when they're faced with a health emergency. Disregard TRIPS agreement, you have some leeway in stepping out of the profit-making domain and obliging the pharmaceutical company to give you the information to produce generic versions of drugs when you're dealing with a big problem. So when we had like the Ebola crisis in Africa, for instance, in private intellectual property rights cannot be used as a response to say we're not gonna give them the drug because they cannot pay for it, yet you're faced with an uncontrollable kind of apocalyptic level health emergency, right? If something like this happens, then mechanisms are built in the system that you can disregard those rights for a period of time. And also, the pharmaceutical companies are engaged. This is not a legal requirement, but they're through sort of their corporate social responsibility engagement and so on. They are engaged with weak populations. They donate drugs, or they offer differential pricing between the developed and the developing world in an attempt to make drugs more affordable to those who need them. Now, people are complaining about these things all the time, that a lot of the donations are things that they don't need, or things that are not of adequate quality, and they don't actually cover what is necessary. But it is a system that is trying to address the needs while remaining, in essence, profit-making. There's a wide opportunity for criticism of the system and how it's been built. Politicians love to come out and bitch about the cost of drugs and the profits of pharmaceuticals. They create a drug, the drug is protected by the patent for a certain period of time. Once the patent has expired, then others can produce generic versions. That's why you go buy, you can buy paracetamol, you can buy aspirin. You can buy aspirin made by Bayer, that's a bit more because it's branded, or you can buy the generic aspirin. Same with paracetamol at the supermarket. So you can buy effectively the same pill with the same components. One is the branded one and costs like £1 something, and the other one is the generic one, it costs 10p. And that shows how once you're out of patent protection, then the prices can drop, right? Because usually the cost of the production of the medicines is not very high. All the cost is the pricing is meant to reflect the amount of money that they spend in trying to develop the drug. And for every drug that is successfully developed, there are 1,000 that didn't work out. The material costs in making the drug that you're paying for, it is all the effort and all, the scientists and all the trials and all the stuff and all the missed attempts that they had in trying to get to something that works. So that's the acceptance is that the intellectual property protection funds innovation. And that if you did not have it, you might not have the innovation at all, or you will have it but at a much, much lower pace. So the pharma is going to tell you that this drug would have been developed. I mean, we have it now, but we cannot make it available to everybody. We get drug, but it's so expensive, the NHS cannot afford it. So if you live on this postcode, they might give it to you. If you live on that postcode, then you die because they're not going to give it to you. But pharma is going to tell you that if this was based on state expenditure in research and innovation, you would be dead anyway because the drug will not be developed for another 20 years. And you always have the option of paying for it yourself if you can afford it, which you probably won't. That's why people get themselves into trials, for instance. So if there's a drug that is something new that's coming out and then the hospital will not give it to you because it's too expensive, then you say, okay, it can be part of a clinical trial, and you test something on me. And in the meantime, you give me the thing that I want to see if I'm going to survive. But this is a big debate. And inevitably, every time somebody starts talking about the benefits of intellectual property rights, somebody else jumps up and says, yes, but you're killing all the little children and so on because you don't make the medicines available to them, or all the little children are dying because you don't fund research into, this type of disease or that type of disease. And then everybody gets very upset. And then when all the little children turn up in Calais, everybody says, oh, no, we don't want any foreigners here, do we? So close the border. Yeah. Another aspect of this that has caused great controversy and is still a big problem is the relationship between traditional knowledge and intellectual property. Now, and this has two aspects. One is sort of artistic cultural production. And the other one is genetic resource or traditional medicine. Now, you are, you go on a trip to India and you look at all carpets with these brilliant designs on them. And you come back here and you make a carpet with that design and you sell it, it goes very well. And then you go and show somebody who's imported that carpet from India, and you say that this is my design because I came up with it. Or you take a piece of music, right, that was existing there before, and you write a song about it, and then you complain where other people turn up with the same tune because you say that's mine, I came up with a tune. Or you go to, some sort of village in Pakistan and you see that they were using a plant as a cure for something, and then you put that plant in a bottle and get patent protection on it, and then nobody else is allowed to use it or make it because you hold the patent to it. And the difference between copyright and patent is that copyright, in fact, is weaker because if something is produced independently, even if it is the same, they're both equally protected. But patent, once you got it, you got it. Another person cannot. They could have come up independently with the same idea, but they cannot use it. So if I write a poem, and it happens that you write the same poem, and there's no connection between us, we both have copyright on what we did. It's a little problematic, but it can work. But if I make this, and you just happen to make this yourself, but if I got the patent, then you cannot use yours, because I was the first one to go register. So a lot of stuff about traditional practices, traditional medicines, traditional cures, traditional things, there was concern that they get appropriated by Western corporations, which then deny the local people who have been using these things for thousands of years. They deny them the right to use them, or they deny them the right to commercialize it themselves. Because if you are thinking about an intellectual property protection, and you're selling this, things like the TRIPS agreement, you're selling this to everybody. And you're saying, okay, maybe the West has got an edge on the production of knowledge for industrial things and so on, but, you guys have got a great, very rich culture. You can protect your own stuff in the same way, but then kind of Western corporations come and appropriate all your stuff and then protect them behind patents, and they use all these legal mechanisms to sell it to everybody else. They have effectively stolen your heritage, right? You are not allowed to profit from it, but they are. So there's been a great concern about this, and the system has been trying to respond and protect this by producing a lot of stuff as to how do we deal with the issue of traditional knowledge and intellectual property, how do we protect cultural expressions and folklore, both to allow people to participate in its commercialization and make money for themselves, and to protect foreigners from stealing it or appropriating it. And this is also a way to co-opt local people and to co-opt local resistance, because people who in the developing world have been saying, you know what, this kind of IP stuff is all the kind of Western style scam, able to buy your CDs and things, we just want to copy it and give it to each other, right? And we should have the right to do this. And the West goes, no, that's not appropriate, right? So bringing better protection for folklore, cultural expressions, traditional knowledge, genetic resource, and so on within the system is a way to take resource and so on within the system is a way to for the local, for the developing world to drop its objection and say, well, okay, maybe we won't be able to copy CDs and computer games anymore, but we can benefit in different ways by, selling our carpets. Yeah. So there are the two aspects. There is a defensive aspect in accepting intellectual property rights for traditional stuff, which is that once things are monitored and put in a database and identified, then you know what you've got, so you can protect it, right? And the second is a positive protection, meaning that you can use it, you can promote your local knowledge and tradition and so on for commercial exploitation. So an integration of intellectual property protection in developing countries can help them simultaneously protect what is there, commercialize it, and come out and sell it in the West and make some money. There's also a developing range of instruments and of legal instruments and conventions on the protection of genetic resources and in protecting biological diversity and so on. So you've got a convention on biological diversity, you've got an international treaty on genetic resources for food and agriculture, you've got a specific food and agriculture organization within the UN that is working on protecting genetic resources, monitoring their existence and their use, and making sure that they're protected in the ways that I described above. Now, similar stuff from cultural expressions, but we do not yet have an adequate national instrument for these things. So there is developing world in developing work in these areas. And I think one of the weaknesses is that because the WTO process stalled, we didn't get to we have better protection for these things. So we're getting there, but it's not fully expressed in the legal instruments. You remember that when we were talking about the WTO, that we said that when we go to the latter stages and the negotiations that they had in the early 2000s in taking this forward, all this stuff was part of this. So they got everybody to agree on kind of worldwide protection of intellectual property rights, and then they were meant to go a step further in doing the grander deal between the developed and the developing world, the North and the South, in opening up markets reciprocally. And as they were doing this, the West would have better protection for its intellectual property rights and better enforcement in the developing world. The developing world would have better access for their agricultural products in the North, but at the same time, the systems would evolve and promote it for everybody at the same time. Now, because they got stuck at that point, right? This probably did not get as advanced as it should be. Now, where we are today, if people are getting less interested or less excited about multilateral negotiating and more trade agreements, how are we going to have increasing protection on intellectual property rights if global cooperation is diminishing on everything else? Now, I don't know. It's not for me to give a solution. It's for the people in the administration to give a solution, because they are the states and Europe have been at the forefront of pushing for better IPR protection because this is securely in the interests of the West, right? But you cannot, on the one hand, push this while you're withdrawing from all the rest. Yeah? And there have been significant issues. We discussed pharmaceuticals primarily, and traditional expressions, abuse of intellectual property in the developing world. There's a lot of corporate and industrial espionage, and there's a lot of fake products, a lot of patent violations. Because the crucial thing about a patent is that the technology is disclosed, but you're not allowed to use it. So when you're filing a patent, you produce complex documentation that explains what you've done, what you've come up with, how it's meant to work, how it's meant to be made. But you disclose this to the world. That's the benefit to the world. But your protection is that like this for the next X amount of years. But somebody, because the technology is out there and it's been disclosed, somebody could make it illegal, right? Also, there's a lot of, as I said, corporate espionage, meaning that before things get to patent, they get, the information gets stolen and they get produced someplace else. And that is, for the production of technology, the copying and the fake stuff are more obvious in things like trademarks and copyright, right? So pretty much everything that you've got now gets hacked and gets made available illegal. So for me as an author, this is a problem because my books are freely available online. So you can download them. So instead of going to buy one and paying, £25 for the paperback version, you can just download the entire PDF in 2 seconds. So this denies the publisher income. It denies me so much income that if you bought 100 of my paperbacks, I would be able to get myself a cup of coffee. We're talking about that level of income. But this on a systemic level, it's a lot of money, right? So there's all this illegal downloading and all this hacking of pretty much everything that is written. The fact that you can download the music for free, you can download the films for free and so on, it does have an impact. It sucks resources out of the official system into an unofficial economy. I know that nobody feels bad doing it because you're thinking big Hollywood studios, who gives a damn if I watch, 50 Shades of Grey illegally downloaded or if I watch it in the cinema, right? And I love the fact that they try to make a connection between this and terrorism, to say that, you're downloading illegally, so all this is sort of or you're buying something illegally produced, so then this is all this evil stuff and it funds evil activities and including terrorism. Yeah, I bet ISIS makes its money not by selling oil, they makes it by... But you see, that is a problem, copyright violations. A more significant problem is counterfeit goods. And this is a massive issue, counterfeit goods. You walk around in Athens or, anywhere in Greece and you find a genuine Louis Vuitton, this size. You don't get this in the normal shop because it's so good. This size is totally genuine, €5. And it's probably made out of chemical waste somewhere in China, right? So this damages the corporation by flooding the place with fake goods. So, if all the Greek girls are going around with a fake Louis Vuitton bag, then they're unlikely to buy the real Louis Vuitton bag. I read this wonderful quote yesterday that corruption, well, this is not corruption, but this is sort of illegality, right? It's that they say that corruption oils the system. It doesn't oil the system. It's in fact like sand in the system. It's like sand in a machine. It's a great illustration. So that again is sand. But then again, you've got issues with the quality of those goods, right? I mean, you get the fake Nike shoes that might melt your legs because they've been made by something nasty. Or there used to be these, they still are, but now, I'm too good for it. The fairs in Greece, right? Village fairs and so on, that you could buy Nike, spelled with a C. You could buy Abibas. You could buy Puma. You can buy everything you want. So these are not counterfeit. It's more like, trying to confuse the consumer. This is the sort of thing that Western corporations are very concerned about, and they're lobbying quite significantly. And there is quite harsh enforcement in the West. That's fine. You go to Italy, you buy your nice fake bag, on your way back to France, you get stopped at customs, you're off. So you don't buy, when you go for your trip around Europe during the summer, don't buy any bags in Italy or Greece, unless you buy it in a shop, and then you keep the receipt. Because when you're crossing back into France, you gotta be checked at customs, and you probably gonna get in trouble. This happening abroad, both the participation in a global IP system is meant to elevate these standards all over the place. Yeah, but that's why people are complaining that this is not necessarily fair. But it depends on your point of view. It's not fair on, say, French workers working in you're working in the Louis Vuitton shop somewhere in the middle of France, and your job is not secure because all the Italians and the Greeks are buying the fake ones. We've discussed in the past about the theory of comparative advantage, right? And this is at the base of the whole system of international trade and international interactions. And a good component of this has to do also with labor rights or labor relations in general, and how would you understand labor relations as a component of economic growth. And how do you increase production, right? How do you achieve growth? One way of achieving growth is through technological innovation, meaning that a number of people trying to work and produce something, if you provide them with machines, they can do it faster, they can do it better, they can produce things of a different nature. So you can add machines to the workforce, and that improves production. Machines to the workforce, and that improves production, but you can also increase the amount of labor. So if you want, you've got girls making, saris or something, right? If you make 10 saris a day, if you got a room of 100 of them, then you make 100. If you give them looms, then they can make 1,000. If you give them mechanized looms, then they can make 3,000. But this thing evens out at some point, because there's a constraint as to the amount of workers and machines you can put together to do stuff, because there are physical constraints. So you have a physical environment, you can put as many workers, you reach a point of saturation, after which adding more people does not actually increase productivity. And the same thing goes with machines, because if X number of people can operate a machine, you can throw a lot more people at it, but it won't actually improve the productivity of the machine. And the limits are the availability of labor, the relationship between labor and the machines, and also the availability of capital, which restricts how you can buy the machines and put them to use. So there are all these components in the production process: the people, the machines, the capital that allows you to buy stuff and put them into place, that all come together and have the potential to increase growth and productivity, but there are also ceilings to that. Now the question with all of this is, how do you manage labor? And how do you manage the availability and the productivity of labor? How do you incentivize workers? And then how do you deal with their working conditions? And this is perceived as a purely economic debate, right? Nobody cares about if you look at the literature from that side, nobody cares about the well-being or the happiness or whatever of the people working. Everybody just cares for them as a component in the production process, right? So how is it that a component in the production process, right? So how is it that you can achieve a better and more efficient workforce that is better trained, with higher productivity and so on? Now, interestingly, within all of this, the availability and movement of labor have an international system, a global capitalist system that encourages freedom in different components of the production process, but not in all. Because freedom of production, freedom in the production of technology is promoted, freedom in the movement of capital is promoted, but freedom in the movement of workers is not. So everybody keeps banging on about how there should be no restrictions in the production, the production of knowledge. And then through intellectual property rights, as we've seen, this knowledge should be made available and commercially exploited in a consistent global sense. Everybody talks about the free movement of capital, that, you know, people should have the capacity to go and repatriate the money that is generated from where they make it, so they can put it into other uses and do whatever they want with it. But people are not allowed to move. And this is an inconsistency in the system. Because if you believe in freedom to trade and date and freedom of capital and the movement of the various components of the production process, why are you leaving out the freedom of the movement of people? The answer to this is that there are perceived to be, you know, cultural reasons why people do not like many foreigners around. And historically, you know, the developed countries or the more developed countries were perfectly happy to go and exploit people where they find them, but they were less happy to bring those people along here. Or where they needed them, they had no problem with them, right? So when they needed people to work in the factories after the Second World War, when there was available capital and available technology, but not available people to work that technology, then suddenly nobody had a problem with immigration. And, you know, half the south of Europe moved to Germany to work in the factories there as they were rebuilding. You know, a lot of people from the Indian subcontinent and then Africa moved to the UK to work. Everybody went to the US as, you know, they were starving in various parts of the world and they ended up there. But from a point onwards, because productivity effects from increasing the availability of labor decreased, then suddenly people lost interest in freedom of movement for people. So the two components that continue to improve the production process, which is capital and technology, continue to be promoted, and there's an attempt to make them as free as possible, or at least there was still recently. But the labor component is the weakest link in the system and has got other, you know, social side effects, is less promoted. But the reality is that labor goes where it finds work, and if you have a system that allows the freer movement of people, then you don't have these gaps between areas that have got high unemployment and people cannot find something to do, and other areas where there are jobs available but there are skills shortages. So within this environment, it's ludicrous that these guys here on a completely racist agenda that is not backed by any evidence whatsoever, they're trying to destroy their whole country in order to restrict immigration because they saw a black guy on TV once. Because effectively this is what it is, right? So people feel that their communities are getting invaded. Yes, because you live in the Midlands and you see a lot of Indian people on TV. That's how the communities get invaded, right? Because I have yet to find anybody who actually has been invaded in the neighborhood by anybody. Other issue. So this is sort of cultural and political stuff that leads into decisions that are negative in terms of growth and economic development and the well-being of everybody. But it's also hugely unfair, the idea that when you need the labor, they're invited in, and then the moment that you think you've got superior rights because you just happen to be born here, then they say, okay, you guys have done what we want you to do, now pack your bags and go home. So the sort of debates that you get from David Davis, who, shouldn't be in charge of, never mind the ministry, but he goes around, makes speeches about how European immigration is going to be allowed in or not allowed in, depending on what the means are, right? Okay. This is the level of debate, and this is, it's got like a very ugly expression here, but this is also, a universal phenomenon. Immigration, even immigration for work, because we're focusing on labor here, immigration for work is a problem everywhere because it's got such negative connotations. So, the Greeks had no problem emptying the country and not going to work in Germany. That was fine. But when people from Eastern Europe came in the 90s to work in Greece, they had a problem with it. So other people doing exactly the same that they did is a problem because they're invading their villages and they're going to steal stuff. But, the whole of Düsseldorf filling up with Greeks and Turks, that was fine because they were there making a contribution. It's lovely how people kind of fail to see themselves in what is happening and how easily they forget what was going on 20 years ago. And, the Americans are doing exactly the same. Suddenly they've got a problem with Mexican migration, really. So half the agricultural sector is based on illegal immigration, so they don't have to pay them properly. Now, how do you deal with all these things? How do you deal on an international level in trying to deal with these tensions between a globalization that is uneven depending on the sector that you're looking at? You deal with a system that encourages the free movement of certain aspects of a capitalist system, but not others. And how to avoid the exploitation that comes as a consequence. Because these things are going to happen anywhere. If they're happening illegally, it means that people are not protected, right? And they're not protected, right? And they're having a worse time. So the material that you have here is going to give you an introduction to these things and also an opportunity to discuss what do we mean by labor standards and how are these different from labor rights. This is a significant discussion because they are instruments of law, but they're usually perceived as minimum thresholds, right? Or as like a bottom level below which you're not allowed to fall. If you're talking about the rights, then we're thinking about things like human rights. So things that don't stay beyond the law, that they also have a moral and political force, right? So there are some strong concepts that are inherent within this, and especially in a time like this, where in many countries in the world, not only the freedom to move and seek work from one place to the other is challenged, but also the treatment of people and the conditions of work and the conditions of life and so on are upset, then this is a significant thing to research. Now, within all of this, you've got an international, a set of international frameworks that have developed in order to manage these difficult situations. So one key institution that strangely not many people have heard about because people are not necessarily that interested in employment and labor, employment rights and labor conditions, is the ILO. So the ILO is the International Labor Organization. Now, this is a pre-Second World War institution. So it was created at the end of the First World War in 1919, and it was as part of the peace conference in Versailles that, and it's the aftermath of the war, the defeat of the Germans at that point, they set up a labor commission. And the countries in Europe, the most important ones, at least from the Central and Northern Europe, came together to create this institution to deal with issues of labor movements, and the rights of laborers. And they came up with some core ideas that are reflected in the founding documentation for the ILO. So the ILO has a constitution. It says some nice things. They say, for instance, that universal and lasting peace can only be established if it is based on social justice. If conditions of labor exist involving injustice, hardship, and privation for large numbers of people, this produces unrest, and this threatens the peace and harmony of the world. So improvement in conditions is urgently required, and the failure to obtain humane conditions of labor for any nation is an obstacle to other nations that are trying to improve the situation in their country. The recognition that unsatisfactory conditions of work are a problem within and between nations, and it creates unstable situations that threatens peace and prosperity for everybody. And why is this? Why did they suddenly come up to this realization? Any thoughts? What was going on around the same time? So what was the major thing that had to do with workers and stuff at the end of the First World War? Yes, the Bolshevik Revolution, right? This is very nice. It's also very politically motivated by a desire to contain the revolution. Because people, at least that part of the people, so industrial workers primarily and people in cities at the time that were subjected to decades of really terrible conditions of work, they revolted against this, and then even though a literature and a labor movement was developed in Western Europe on the basis of communist right, Marx and Engels and all of that stuff, protesting the conditions of work and the way the system was built and who it was benefiting, it found expression in a country that was not actually industrialized, Russia, and because of the war as well, and people had just had enough of getting killed, and they didn't know why, and you know, they had their kind of fancy lords telling them to go here and there and do stuff, and they finally had enough. But what happened is the Bolshevik Revolution, other than ending the regime in Russia, they also presented a challenge to worldwide stability in the sense that it provided a focal point of organization for workers against their states. So the Bolshevik Revolution was motivated by this ideology of workers' rights and, you know, the people and the workers who were abusing them and the states that were supporting such a system. So again, it's bizarre that all this happened and became established in a place that did not actually fit the bill. For it was not an industrial place. There were not that many workers of that description, but the ideology found a root. There, and then Russia became a sort of disseminator of propaganda along these lines for the rest of the world. The danger was that unless Western states did something to improve the work, then they would have to face sooner or later revolutions by the working classes within their own countries, and they didn't want that. I kind of helped that pretty much everybody was killed during the war, but it wasn't a good strategy going forward. So what you've got now is that with the creation of the ILO, you've got an organized cross-border attempt to improve conditions of workers and make life a little bit more pleasant for everybody. So you deal with the problem of revolution, you have speedier reconstruction after the war and a more sustainable reconstruction. So what the ILO was trying to do is regulate the hours of work, so to work towards the establishment of a maximum working day and a maximum working week, to regulate the labor supply in order to prevent unemployment, to provide adequate living wages, protect workers against sickness, disease, and injury that arises out of their employment, protect children, young people, and women, make provision for the old and the injured, also protect the interests of workers who are working abroad. So there's a definite cross-border element here. Recognize the principle that people ought to be paid equal money for equal work. Recognize the principle of the freedom of association, and provide vocational and technical education and other measures to improve the capacity of the workforce. Right. These are all wonderful things, and you've got them in the preamble, you've got them in the constitution of an institution established in 1919 that we still have not managed to achieve now 100 years down the line. Right? Just down the line. Right? So, regulation of hours of work. Well, you have a maximum working day and week in the West, but still with a lot of caveats, right? You do not have it in the developing world. You got consider, the Europeans are destroying British industry by imposing the 48-hour week, which in any case, it's easily, nobody's limited to the 48 hours. It just means that you need to sign a document that says you're happy to work over, right? And many people work excess hours. People work excess hours without any additional compensation, right? And I'm not talking about people digging mountains or coal miners. I'm talking about your friends in the law firms, right? Anybody who works in a law firm, you end up working the whole bloody day. You check your hourly wage, you're getting paid as does that. So, and it's part of the culture. But because you're working in something prestigious and you think you're going to be rich when you grow up, you don't think it's a problem. But in fact, doing 20-hour days and working Saturdays and Sundays or doing some due diligence and some godforsaken data center in the middle of Reading is not normal. That's not, people think about these things always as if it involves somebody else, but it can involve you. You would think if you were working, if you were filling in the shelves of the supermarket and they asked you to do 20 hours, right? But, they ask you at the law firm not to go home in the evening and to work through the night. You think, well, yeah, that's what you do. Prevention of unemployment and the provision of adequate living wage, we're struggling here with the wage, aren't we? I mean, there's this big campaign to provide a living wage here because minimum wage is not quite a living wage, especially not in London. And you've got the same problem in many cities in the world when the life is quite expensive. Now, prevention of unemployment is nobody's concern anymore. Not really. Because everybody has moved to employment policies. I mean, here unemployment is not a problem. Wasn't till now because it's been quite low. In Europe, unemployment is a very big problem, but all the sort of economic policy is more towards fiscal sustainability rather than promoting employment. So they're more concerned about debt and interest rates and stuff like that, that they're concerned about the effects on employment, despite what they say. The policies are not employment focused. But you had in the post-war period, almost everybody was operating in full employment point censorship. The idea was, it was the job of the state to create a job for everybody. Yeah. So while this is no longer the case, because unemployment is such a significant concern, states do try to manage the supply and demand of employment, but not in overt ways like they did in the past. There's a perception that there's a link between interest rates and employment, for instance, that if you encourage economic activity, it creates more employment opportunities, and they're trying to fiddle with that, but it's not always particularly successful. At least we've made some progress in insurance, at least on this side of the world. Insurance against sickness and medical cover and protection and so on. Most developed states in the Western world offer comprehensive medical. In some countries it's free. Here it's free. For instance, in Europe it's not free. It looks free, but it isn't. Now in the US is a paradox here that they didn't have comprehensive medical insurance before the evil Obamacare, yeah, that was created by the devil, and brought for the first time health cover to millions of Americans that did not have it before. And the current policy is, because Trump didn't manage to get support to scrap it with money, but because he failed to scrap it, now he says he's looking forward to it failing. Have you ever heard that before? Have you ever heard the head of a state saying, I'm looking forward to the collapse of health provision in the country, so I'm proven right that the system was not done well? So there is better progress in medical cover for people and in sort of pensions and stuff. Protection of children, young persons and women, this is better because in most countries now child labor is criminalized, or at least when there are violations. Now, equal pay for equal work continues to be a very significant problem. And for some, interesting reason, men get paid more than the women for exactly the same work, which is hugely enhanced by various cultural hiccups. For instance, in this country, it is impolite to talk about your salary, right? It's very impolite to talk about your salary, which has the happy consequence that they can pay people whatever the hell they want, and then people cannot organize a resistance to this, right? So we could be with the same work, with exactly at the same point of our career, but I'm getting paid $5,000 more than the female colleague next door. Why? Nobody knows, right? But most of the time, you wouldn't even know that I'm getting paid more or less than the person next door because nobody's willing to. I'm getting paid more or less than the person next door because nobody's willing to talk about it. So we still have huge problems with this. Now, freedom of association is a little bit better in the sense that in most countries, the idea of collective bargaining is accepted. And within that, in many countries, you've got at least basic schooling that is necessary, that is obligatory for everybody, which offers some key skills that people can then use in employment, but also there are vocational and further education programs that help workers acquire skills for those who have not gone through long-term formal education. Now, what do you guys think about freedom of association and unions and stuff like that? Right. Do you have a positive or a negative view of unions and the work that they do? The reality is that a worker on their own, they don't have a great deal of negotiating power, right? Because you need to work and you need the money, but your employer would probably find somebody else to do your work fairly easily. So you just agree to which you can, be unhappy or demand stuff or try and resist things that you don't think are pleasant. But if a lot of people get together, then it presents a problem for the employer. Yeah, the problem is that you end up having very powerful unions that have been established for a very long time, that then they do not really work for the benefit of the members as a whole, but they try to protect entrenched interests of certain types of workers that it's necessary that you have unions to represent people. Now, on occasion, usually they have a positive influence. On occasion, they can have a negative influence in positions of crisis and so on. Sometimes the unions are there just to resist change rather than accept the fact that things need to change some way that is going to be unpleasant for everybody. So it's pointless in Greece, for instance, that you've got the public sector unions. The only thing they've been doing over the last 7 years is to try to resist the changes, right? I mean, the state has gone bankrupt. They cannot pay them anymore, so something has to change somewhere. So it is pointless to sit there. I mean, the economy has got great productivity problems, right? It's pointless to sit there and try to defend your rights and defend this and defend that. They're not changing. Yeah, so you act as a conduit between, what the students are experiencing and how, what the stuff's going on. So you have some opportunity to represent people about their concerns. So, but you see, that's now. In the US, they have a problem with this, because in the US, they're very anti-union, and they've got this impression that, unions are just their purveyors of anti-American ideology, and they've always been very negative. But this is why, could be one of the reasons why labor standards are quite low, and why they lack a lot of things that are taken as granted here, right? Like kind of health coverage and stuff. That it should be part of a modern state, yet over there they don't have them. So maybe their inability to unionize effectively, or the public perception against unions and collective bargaining and so on is what leads to those problems. Now, there's an issue with the ILO that I wanted to come down to, is that how do you get stuff done? When you have an international organized things that we said, how do you actually lead to improvements on the ground if your starting point is an international organization? Now, the problem here is this distinction between standards and rights. So the ILO is a negotiating forum, and it works by getting three aspects of this together: the states, the employers, and the workers, right? So they've got this tripartite negotiation system, and that's what, that's how it was set up. And this is the key differentiating thing about them that also makes them this way than any other way. That, you've got these three poles within the institution that are trying to come into agreement about doing stuff together. And what they end up with is by coming up with understandings of standards and what the standards of work ought to be. But these standards do not have a binding expression till they filter down into national law and become concrete as labor rights. And here is the big distinction between standards and rights. Standards are sort of minimum level background aspirations, right? And they're represented in international treaties, in various documents that states sign and so on, but they're not directly applicable to anybody. So you cannot complain. Well, you can complain that standards are violated, but you don't have a legal avenue of redress just on account of international obligations that states have adopted, unless they've taken the extra steps to make those concrete in national legislation. And this is a point that students usually miss, because everybody goes, they've signed this and that and the other thing, and it's obligatory, so they ought to do it. It's obligatory, so they ought to do it. Well, yeah, maybe the states ought to do it, but the international law is creating obligations between states. And if the states refuse to follow it, then the enforcement tools within international law are fairly weak. But if something has not passed into national legislation applicable for individuals, that they can demand them and defend them in the courts, then you don't get anywhere. And even if those rights are expressed in the national system, so they have legal expression within the jurisdiction, still they might not lead to improvements, because people lack the capacity to actually take the issue to the court, or court decisions are not enforced, or the command of the states and the state institutions over the territory is not complete, and stuff like that. Right? So, you could have people who sign up conventions, countries that sign up to conventions and stuff, promising to criminalize or deal with various things. And there are quite a few of those that, that have to do with labor rights and, various because it links into human rights protection as well inevitably this area, right? In issues of discrimination or in issues of child labor and so you can identify that your state has signed on to something, and then they fail to pass implementing legislation. even if they have, but enforcement is very poor, that you cannot bring prosecutions, or if you bring prosecutions, then you cannot actually enforce the judgment. So what happens if, and that is also a point of linkage between human rights violations or labor standards violations and corruption. Because what happens if standards violations and corruption? Because what happens if you've got somebody who's got a basement full of kids that are making sports shoes, right? And various complaints about this do not lead to prosecution because the prosecutors are bribed. Or they lead to prosecutions, but then the police does not, or the judges do not actually give a decision, or they sit on the issue for years because they are bribed. Or nobody's bribed, but nobody can get to the place because the place is controlled by some sort of rebel group somewhere, and the state authorities do not have access to that area. The authorities do not have access to that area. Yeah? So trade could still happen, production could still happen, but it could, and the goods could make it out, but the state does not actually have control over the territory. So then you're reliant on local groups that they have control and they have the power on the ground, but they do whatever they want because they could be highly corrupt, or for them this could not be an issue. But at least there's an educational, even for stuff that are a little bit aspirational and do not have concrete expression in legal documentation, the work of institutions like the ILO has an aspirational function that it raises awareness about appropriate standards. So it works as a signaling mechanism as well as to what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. So that in itself is significant. And if we're talking about countries or places where there is a degree of cooperation or a degree of interaction between the producers and the workers and the states, maybe we do not have to rely on legal mechanisms to get stuff done. Maybe there's a role for voluntary initiatives or for corporations to self-discipline and so on. So there's a lot of debate about corporate social responsibility, for instance, and the degree to which we can convince multinational corporations to adhere to better standards, regardless of what is the actual enforcement in the area that they operate in. So, and I think that's why you should not think these things in an exclusive fashion, that either you've got legal expression and then people can go to the courts and complain, or nothing exists, so then it's fully voluntary. The two come together and they slot in quite nicely. So you try to improve the law and to improve enforcement of the law and to give people legal avenues for redress when they're in trouble, but at the same time you're trying to improve aspirations and public perceptions and a cultural attitude towards labor standards, and then to put pressure on the companies through their corporate social responsibility mechanisms, through various voluntary initiatives, for the companies to want to have better conditions and not to exploit inconsistencies in regulation and so on, to offer really horrible conditions in workers because, say, in an area there is no minimum wage legislation, so then they can pay them next to nothing, right? So they can choose to pay them better, to have a better, more catered workforce, either because they feel it's in the interest that production is going to increase or consumers are going to be happy, or because they genuinely believe that this is the appropriate thing to do. And I think changing corporate culture is not very easy because, of course, they're there to make money. But it's possible. And it's necessary to keep banging on about this to force a general change of as strong as changing the law. And if you guys have got the legal training, then everybody's, very obsessive about if you want to do something, you need to change the law in order to have particular effects. But you need to recognize that law cannot really get you everywhere at all times. Yeah? So they keep these things to understand. They keep these things to understand them as attacking a problem of a variety of angles, from the national, from the international, and the voluntary, and involving as many people as possible in order to slowly effect change. And this is a concept that students are actually happy with. Law students are very resistant because law students are usually so utterly focused on legal change. And, Western law students specifically, because here it's not the problem. You want to change behavior, you change behavior. So you change the law. Like you want to say that we do not want companies to use, these types of materials anymore because we think they're harmful to the environment. We change the regulation. They're not allowed to use it anymore. They don't sell them. It's not there anymore. Okay? But what about a country where you can change the law, pays the slightest attention? What do you do right? And then I've got people writing in their assessments, they should improve enforcement. Sure. In the same way that, every 15-year-old boy wants to get a girlfriend. But, the desire to achieve a particular outcome and achieving the outcome are usually very, very distant. What does it mean? They should improve. I'm sick and tired of reading that stuff because these are MBA students that are writing essays on that stuff, on corruption and CSR and, the links between the two and human rights violations. It's utterly boring to read the same thing all the time. That, they should improve their enforcement mechanisms. Improve enforcement mechanisms in what? In Libya, right? Even in places that are not like the state institutions are not completely destroyed, but even in places that exhibit a mix between the standard and the non-standard. Like Pakistan, India, you get that stuff. In China, to a great degree, you get some stuff. So there are some things that you can influence through the normal process and some things you cannot. So we need to be more open.